Ready?
I think so. Okay, looks like we are live, and we have wonderful guests coming in. So Arizona is officially on the clock, and there is a lot of speculation that they're going to go with Kyler Murray, number one, and I don't understand why. Because Arizona, no, I understand why. Understand why the fans are with Kyler Murray, and they think he's going to fit well with
Coach Kingsbury.
Coach Kingsbury. But the problem is I mean, Arizona's passing attack last year was finished ranked fourth. The big problem is their scoring offense ranked like 22nd, 27th, towards the bottom, you know. So Josh Rosen was not the problem at all. It was their inability to score. They didn't have a running game, and they didn't have much of it. It was like a red zone threat.
They didn't really have much on the offensive line. And the thing is, why draft Colin Murray when you drafted Josh Rosen last year for the first round pick? That basically voids whatever you want to invest into Josh Rosen from last season. Yeah, he had a bad year, but he's just a rookie. He's young. And Coach Kingsbury is the coach that Josh Rosen needs. If you look at what Coach Kingsbury did with Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech, Coach Kingsbury is the catalyst of why Patrick Mahomes is probably the best quarterback in the league right now. And so, why draft Colin Murray? Because you basically just wasted last year's pick.
Yeah, which they had a 10th overall pick last year that they spent on Josh Rosen. And, I mean, you can't really judge someone like how they're going to do just based off their rookie season. People have bad rookie seasons.
Look at Sam Darnold. He had a pretty much down rookie season.
Yeah, and not just that, but Arizona fired their head coach. They've already determined they had the wrong head coach. And so is that Josh Rosen's fault?
It's not Josh Rosen's fault. It's really not. Now, if Arizona wants to draft somebody, I would say somebody like Nick Bosa from Ohio State, who is an edge rusher. And of course, Arizona signed Terrell Suggs to a one-year deal. Terrell Suggs is the perfect guy for Nick Bosa to learn from. Or Quentin Williams, the defensive tackle who is explosive, probably the most explosive defensive tackle in the nation this past season. I mean, these are forces of nature that cannot be stopped on the defensive line.
Yeah, and well, to be honest with you, Arizona has a lot of holes everywhere. The defense isn't what it used to be. They've had, first of all, they've had a lot of players leave, including they just straight up cut Tyrann Mathieu. And well, Matthew's not done. Matthew is beyond done.
Matthew, he's just getting well done. He's with Kansas City right now.
Yeah, he signed a 5-year contract.
I think it's a
4-year contract with the Chiefs. Now the Chiefs have gone into overload lately with they're signing defensive players. They recently just traded this year's first-round pick to the Seattle Seahawks in exchange for Frank Clark.
Right.
So they have signed Alex Okafor. Now the big question that I have is why did they let Dean Ford walk?
They also let Eric Berry walk as well.
No, they cut Eric Berry.
They come.
No, but they let Dean Ford and they let Justin Houston, who is now in Indianapolis.
I guess they're just trying to rebuild the defense kind of like from the inside out. Now, but with Kansas City, they proved throughout the offseason that they want to make a Super Bowl run this season. They got Patrick Mahomes coming in, they got Tyreek Hill coming in. Now they added Tyrann Mathieu to the defense. It seems that they're trying to make a run for the Super Bowl. And it seems that they got some tricks up this year, that they got some things in the works as far as trying to build a Super Bowl team.
Yeah. Wait, who did you say? I'm sorry. We're talking about Kansas City?
Kansas City.
Well, yeah. I mean, when they signed Andy Reid, that was part of their goal was to get to the Super Bowl. And Patrick Mahomes took them to the AFC title game last year, and it was their defense which kept them out of the Super Bowl. When they got to overtime, after the Patriots tied it up, no, excuse me, I'm sorry, the Kansas City Chiefs tied it up to force overtime. But the Patriots won the coin toss, and you knew that the Patriots were going to march down and score a touchdown, and that would be
Well,
it.
with Tom Brady, yeah, he scored in one, but once you get into overtime, that no longer matters. But Tom Brady has that clutch factor. He's always had that clutch factor since he got his first start with the New England Patriots. So if the Patriots win the toss first in overtime, that's when the defense is going to overload.
They don't have a defense, and it looks like they really made some strides to really patch that up this year. And I'm interested to see how well they do. I really am, because it seems like they've added a bunch of players, and quite honestly, um, you know, is it chicken yet? No, the Cardinals are still on the clock. But let's get back to Arizona. After all, everyone's on the clock. We got off from talking about Kansas City.
Arizona, like they have to put their best foot forward in the draft. They have to, like every pick has to be sharp. If they want to meet all their team needs, if they want to lead themselves to success next season, every pick they have to be. This is the sharpest that I need a team to be in this draft.
I mean, they have so many holes in this roster. They just got tons of holes. Everything. Like I said, the only thing that ranked high for them last season was the pass attack. Everything else was sub-20. The running game was dead last.
I mean, Josh Rosen, when he got the problem, he got to have a running back in order to have a running back to take the pressure off of Josh Rosen. He's still young. He's still trying to come into his own in the league. They got a head coach who's offensive minded who can help coach, who can help Josh Rosen. They need to get themselves a running back. They need some people on the offensive line. They need more receivers because the only receivers they really got is Larry Fitzgerald and Christian Kirk. Fitzgerald's going to be retired soon. He's not going to be at Arizona forever.
Oh yeah, Fitzgerald. I mean, he came back this year, and I wonder how is he on a contract?
I believe so, but Fitzgerald, just give him his gold jacket right now. Just give it to him. Give him his gold jacket and give him his bus in Canton, Ohio right now.
Yeah. But here's the thing with Fitzgerald. He keeps wanting to come back with the opportunity to win a championship.
It's time for his chance.
At his age, with the length of time that he has been in the league, he's just not going to win it with Arizona. If Kingsbury really is the answer, and Kingsbury gets this offense going, brings that air raid that he wants to bring, it's going to take it for years. They're going to have an outstanding draft this year. Still. What are the chances that they're going to land enough instant impact players to really impact?
I mean, and then not knowing that, there is no guarantee that Terrell Suggs will make an impact. I mean, he spent his entire 17 year career in Baltimore. The guy got some age on him. So there's no telling, at the type of impact that he's going to provide. And so Arizona really has to, like I said, this is the sharpest I need a team to beat in this draft. It's Arizona. But a team that has caught my eye would be the San Francisco 49ers, adding D Ford. And not only that, they ended up getting Quan Alexander for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So this is a team that's adding weapons to their defense. And so I'm interested to see who San Fran's going to get in this draft. Most likely, I think they're going to get Quentin Williams from Alabama, which is going to add another weapon to their already powerful looking defense on paper. So I'm very interested to see what San Fran's going to do in this draft. Also, let's just talk about the Cleveland Browns. At the amazing turnaround they made since, going 1-31, a couple seasons prior, last season coming close to the playoffs. You play in Baker Mayfield. They end up getting Jarvis Landry. And now in this offseason, they made a huge splash getting Odell Beckham. Not only that, they end up getting Sheldon Richardson to their defensive line. And they already got in David and Joe Coon. They end up adding Kareem Hunt. He's serving an 8-game suspension. So if Cleveland could put their best foot forward for the first 8 games, just imagine how more dangerous they could be. They're dangerous already with Nick Chubb in the backfield having Duke Johnson. But just imagine adding Kareem Hunt to the equation.
Okay. We learned that Kareem Hunt will have a 8-game suspension.
Just imagine how much more dangerous Cleveland can be. And so in this draft, I'm a lot more interested to see who they get in the draft. They're probably going to add another defensive lineman, honestly, I think a good fit for Cleveland would be DK Metcalf from Ole Miss. That's just gonna add more firepower to Baker Mayfield's arsenal. And Baker Mayfield already has Jarvis Landry. He already has Odell Beckham. And he already has Rashad Perriman and David Njoku. And David Njoku is emerging as one of the best tight ends in the league.
Yeah. So I gotta say, I feel like the Cleveland Browns, who don't have a first round pick this year due to the Beckham trade, they need to focus more on defense. Really. That offense is going to be bombed.
Yes.
But it looks like the Cardinals are still in the process of picking. If you ask me, Arizona needs to pick one of the big defensive linemen up front and then work their way back through the secondary. Because all they really have right now is Patrick Peterson, and he's away from that.
Yes. But I think a good player to get. I'm not sure if he will get picked this high, but he's definitely a type of guy that Arizona would need on defense, and that would be Josh Allen, who's an edge rusher from Kentucky, who had 17 sacks last season. I mean, a guy who's very disruptive. He has a nose for the ball. He has a nose for runs in the backfield. And get a guy like Nick Bosa or Josh Allen, get that young edge rusher who's hungry who can get out there.
So where do you think Allen will go? Because honestly, let's be real. There's only a handful of real possibilities. Either they're going to draft Kyler Murray for some reason, trade out, which I think is the best. Pick up more picks because, like I said, your roster has a lot of holes in it. You need to. Or they're probably going to draft someone like Nick Bosa and maybe Quentin Williams. And it looks like the pick is in.
Trying to find out right now. Roger Band on the stage. Of course, he has to say his little piece.
Well, Goodell, and he's probably being booed, but we cannot
He gets booed
hear.
every draft. Just like, like, he's the most hated man in the NFL.
So we'll wait to see who they pick. So who is he introducing? He's introducing someone. Of course, they have to have like famous, like I see someone in the yellow jacket.
And also, Marcus Mariota's up there, who is a former top pick.
Oh, okay, so that's why he's up there. I was like, wait a minute, what? They just like talking.
Like, you don't need to pick. You don't need to pick.
So obviously they did not trade out because it did not pop up. But okay, so now he's introducing the Hall of Famer. Who's this?
Tim
Brown. Yeah, Tim Brown. Okay, whatever.
They're doing more introductions.
Oh,
I
Lord.
mean, Tim Brown, he used to be one of the more deadly receivers in the league.
This kid with the pick already. Still on the clock according to NFL.com. That's the coach for the Philadelphia
I actually
Eagles.
like it. I like it.
That's the pick.
Min Jong-un.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like this is going to take a while.
It's gonna take a while.
So what if they pick Kyler Murray?
Well, it's gonna go one of two ways. They're probably gonna trade Josh Rosen sometime during this offseason, or they're probably gonna do a QB battle to see who's gonna be the starting quarterback. Of course, Josh Rosen has more experience than Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray being the first rookie coming to the league. They're probably gonna give Josh Rosen a chance, and they're probably gonna do it similar to how the Browns did with Tyrod Taylor and Baker Mayfield last season.
They're still. So maybe the pick isn't in. Wait. Hampton. Who's Hampton?
That's good as usual.
So has the draft started or did I miss something?
The draft started.
I thought it's 7:14. I have to take pictures. With the first pick of the 2019 draft, Cardinals select
Actually,
select.
I think that they officially put the Cardinals on the clock.
Really?
Yeah.
So
Oh man, that was just.
pick
Yeah, the
is
Cardinals are officially on the clock now with 10 minutes on the clock. All right, so false alarm, everybody.
okay.
And so, look, the Cardinals, they got like the management, the coaches, they got to turn that draft into their own personal game. Every tactic has to be on point, every tactic has to be right. Arizona cannot miss a beat. For this next 7 draft, they cannot miss a beat in this draft.
So what are your expectations for Cliff Kingsbury?
Well, Coach Kingsbury, honestly, I didn't really care for the pickup that the Cardinals had with Coach Kingsbury. I mean, he did play a huge role as far as the development of Patrick Mahomes. But during his time at Texas Tech, he did have a hard time as far as getting to the postseason, as far as going to bowl games. One thing about Texas Tech, I can get to Coach Kingsbury, he's an offensive mastermind. He's kind of like a young Sean Payton.
Yeah.
But as far as defensive wise, Texas Tech had one of the most valuable defenses in the nation.
No, and
I remember when Patrick Mahomes did his first season at Texas Tech, they went up against Oklahoma. Patrick Mahomes threw for over 700 yards and they still lost. I mean, I think over a total of over 110 points was put on the board. I think Oklahoma won the game 66-59.
yeah.
So one thing Arizona has to focus on is their defense. So they need to get a guy on defense in the first pick. If you get Kyler Murray, it defeats the purpose of having Josh Rosen. But at the same time, you do want to put depth in the quarterback position. So it goes on both sides of the spectrum.
Well, if you want to add depth to the quarterback position, you either sign a veteran or you draft someone in the later rounds, not someone first overall.
True, definitely. But I mean, this is the most confused that I've seen as far as the number 1 pick.
Well, it seems like expectations are one thing and the need is something else. But who's Arizona's general manager? I forget. But he said you can't always draft for need because then you're just going to make mistakes. Well, I understand that. But at the same time, you have many needs. So this draft is deep in defensive players. Pick a defensive player. Don't waste last year's
Not a defensive player. Pick some defensive players. Pick all
players. Yeah, correct.
But I mean, Arizona cannot shoot the hip. They got to be methodical with this one. I mean, with a lot of teams, they just shoot the hip. I mean, I remember for a couple of years, Mickey Loomis was shooting at the hips, but he was putting all the team needs, but that's So,
okay, current clock is now under 7 minutes left for the Cardinals to pick somebody. Okay, so back to Cliff Kingsbury. You think his air raid from Texas Tech can really work? Now, they got certain versions of this, like the West Coast and the spread offense, but is Kingsbury, do you think, going to bring a pure air raid where they're tossing 80%?
I think so. I mean, he's the type of coach that can pull it off. Now, my only concern is that he was able to pull off on the college level. And, after he got fired from Texas Tech, USC had tried to hire him as an offensive coordinator, but he ultimately took the job as the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, of course, money talks. But I do feel that he can pull it off. But my only concern is, taking that from college into the NFL is going to have some growing pains. And so if Coach Kingsbury doesn't come through in his first season, Arizona cannot fire him. You got to give him time. And this is his first head coaching gig in the NFL. Yeah. And of course, the reason why Arizona got him was because these teams nowadays are trying to do the Sean McVay experiment. As you can see, the New York Jets ended up getting Adam Gase from the Miami Dolphins, and he didn't really have much success there in Miami.
Well, you didn't have a lot to work with in Miami.
And Ryan Tannehill couldn't stay healthy. Then you had to get a carousel between Matt Moore and Brock Osweiler. Now Miami has Ryan Fitzpatrick, and I guess they want to do a Fitzmagic experiment. And Ryan Fitzpatrick's about 36 years old. And he's pretty much the resident journeyman of the NFL, but I mean, he has shown potential. But we're not talking about old men, we're talking about young bucks.
Yeah. Okay. So, with 5 minutes to go before the kick is against England officially, I'm guessing the Arizona Cardinals are going to continue on the spot. Unless they're trying to finalize something, I'm guessing they're going to pick someone at the
Well, if Arizona wants to, have some experience, like fill more team needs, I agree with you. They need to trade out.
Yeah.
Trade lower and trade for a lower pick. Somebody who they know can be on the clock.
Now, here's, I think, what a lot of people's concerns with Kingsbury. As we all know, his father, when he was fired, he had a losing record at Texas Tech. And yet, Arizona
brings him on as a head coach.
I
would have understood more. I mean, if you kept Coach Wilkes, but you bring on Coach Kingsbury as your offensive coordinator. That way he could be a little more, hands-on with Josh Rosen. When you're with a head coach, you got to be concerned about the whole team. So I was confused when Coach Kingsbury took the job, but then again, everybody wants to do this. Every team wants to be like the LA Rams nowadays. Sean Gray came in; it was his first head coaching gig with the LA Rams, and he had immediate success being at LA. But I mean, teams that try to find that match made in heaven, like the Sean McVay golf team.
Right. Okay. We're now officially under 4 minutes.
And social supports of Kyler Murray, they said they would be shocked if Kyler Murray was not picked number one. So the way things look, Kyler Murray is most likely going to go at number one. And Kyler Murray, I mean, at first he wasn't going to even go into the NFL draft. He was drafted by the Oakland Raiders of the Major League Baseball, and all of a sudden he chose to go to the NFL draft. As soon as he declared for NFL draft, he immediately went to number one on the boards.
So here's a question that has been asked prior to the draft. I think I saw it last night. One of the questions is, okay, so Arizona doesn't pick Murray. How far does he fall?
Murray, that's actually a good one because of all the prospects that's on the board. Murray can actually fall quite far. He'll still get drafted first round, but Murray's probably gonna fall pretty drastically. I mean, because San Francisco, they already got Jimmy Garoppolo. New York, they got Sam Darnold. They're not going to mean New York. They've been known to make picks over the decades, but they're not going to be that crazy. Oakland already has Derek Carr. Tampa has Tampa Bay. I mean, Jameis Winston, he's kind of hanging on the ropes. He's hanging on to his job by a thread after the season he had with Tampa. So if Arizona doesn't draft him, he could probably go to Tampa Bay.
So what about New York, the Giants?
I think
Eli's 38.
I think New York has their eyes set on Dwayne Haskins. Dwayne Haskins did meet with the New York Giants. He did go in for a private workout. He's had meetings with them. And the Giants, there have been rumors that the Giants don't plan on drafting a quarterback. Like, why not? Eli's 38. He's way past his prime. So the young Eli that won 2 Super Bowls, he's no longer around. He's got old, washed up. I don't like to say washed up, but that's the way it is.
He did okay last season.
He did, but he didn't really have a lot of weapons around him. He has Saquon Barkley and Odell Beckham. I mean, I want to see what the Giants do this season. Beckham's gone, and all they really have is
Shepard.
And they have Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley, rookie, past rookie of the year.
And right now we're under 1 minute on the clock.
Under 1 minute, which really amounts to two, at least two, because like you said, he does get up there, do his little spiel, have someone come introduce or someone.
I think he's already done.
Let's hope so, but
Pick
probably.
is in.
Okay, we can officially change it this time. Pick is yeah.
Pick is in finally. Finally.
Oh, all right. Let's see. Like I said, it's probably going to take a few minutes. It always does.
So what do you think about his probably most hated game in the NFL?
So if it's not Kyler Murray, do you think it's Quentin Williams or do you think it's Nick Bosa?
I think it's Nick Bosa. I mean, Nick Bosa has been high on the draft board since before his his final season. And I think his draft stock went a little higher when he chose to leave Ohio State to focus on getting healthy. And so he's focused on longevity. It shows you that he's focused on longevity, that he's focused on staying healthy to where he can be able to compete for the long run. So I really think Nick Bosa, because he's a little more experienced than Quentin Williams, and he has more of the talent.
Okay, so what would be your surprise pick? Let's say none of that comes to pass, and they just completely pick someone out, somebody out of the blue.
I would probably say DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf was absolutely massive during the combine. You look at a guy who's 6'3", weighing 228 pounds, and the guy ran 4.3 or 40. Now imagine that train running at you.
Okay, here's Roger Goodell. Let's see who Arizona picked.
And the Cardinals select Kyler Murray.
All right.
This is everyone's expected. So it's going to go one two ways. It's going to be either bye-bye Josh Rosen or Josh Rosen spared. One of two ways. It's going to be bye-bye Josh Rosen or Josh Rosen gets to compete with Kyler Murray during the offseason. It's probably going to be similar to Tyrod Taylor and Baker Mayfield. Or it's going to be, Josh Rosen gets free money for the rest of his rookie contract.
All right, so the selection is Kyler Murray. Not surprised, really, but seriously.
Come on. So why did y'all draft Josh Rosen last season?
Exactly.
So now San Francisco's on the clock.
If it was like lower picks in the first rounds, like Jackson went 31st, 32nd, something like that.
Right.
Okay, but this was the 10th overall. And now it just seems like you're wasting.
Pretty much. I mean, I don't know what Arizona's thinking. I mean, you already have. Josh Rosen he's a good quarterback. He can lead weapons around him.
He does.
And you got Coach Kingsbury, who, I mean, as far as his air raid, Josh Rosen can fit Coach Kingsbury's air raid. I mean, Todd Murray can too, but at the same time, Josh Rosen, you picked him in the first round last season, so why pick another quarterback? I think it just seems so pointless. I'm not taking anything from Kyler Murray. He's an amazing player. He's very versatile. He's very mobile. He has a big arm. He's the type of guy he can compete in any type of offense. I mean, he's pretty much a human cheat code. He's a special type of player. But at the same time, you drafted a quarterback last season in the first round. When you draft a quarterback in the first round, this is the guy that's going to be the leader of the franchise. This is the guy that you're investing in the future of the franchise in. You're investing, pretty much, the future of your offense into that player.
All right, so we're now officially at 6 minutes for San Francisco. Garoppolo coming off of a nasty ACL.
And I think that was really the turning point to San Fran's demise last season, because I had a lot of hopes for the Niners last season with Jimmy Garoppolo, the way he ended, the season before, the way he came in and won all 6 of his starts when he first came from New England. I had a lot of hope for the Niners last season, that they would have success, that they would be a team to watch out for in the NFC West. But I think that the Niners are a legitimate contender in the NFC West due to what they're building. I mean, you got Jimmy Garoppolo out there. You got Kittle, their tight end. think it's Greg Kittle.
Yeah, Kittle, George Kittle.
George Kittle. I mean,
He was-
he's emerging as one of the best.
He was phenomenal.
He was masterful. He's emerging as one of the more prolific tight ends in the league. You got Richard Sherman out there in corner. They added D Ford. They added Quan Alexander. I mean, sounds like trouble. So NFC West is not going to be, a huge gap between LA and everybody else.
And I think someone on San Francisco that surprised a lot of people was undrafted rookie
Nick
Mullins.
Nick Mullins came in.
Third string quarterback.
Came from Southern Miss, and when he had his first start against, I think it was Oakland, Thursday Night Football. Before then, everyone was like, "Who is Nick Mullins?" And let's just say he formally introduced himself to the world against the Oakland Raiders. And
You're referencing Warren Sapp's Twitter, aren't you?
huh?
You're referencing Warren Sapp's Twitter.
Oh no, I came up with that myself. I'm not referencing anything. That came from me.
Mhm.
I don't even keep up with Twitter like that.
So you're saying you totally created that just all by yourself? And
No, I don't go on Twitter. I don't follow Warren Sapp. Like I didn't even know he even said that.
Hmm.
I'm
Okay.
serious.
Okay.
Listen, I'm serious. Okay.
So, Kyler Murray, the number one. That leaves us, Nick Bosa or Kurt Williams?
I wouldn't say Nick Bosa. Add another, because remember they had Solomon Thomas from Stanford out there on the defensive line. I think Solomon Thomas is his name, right? Solomon Johnson.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I mean,
Stanford, their pick is already in.
Oh, really? Okay.
They were quick about it.
So,
But I say they would get a defensive lineman, add another weapon to the defense because let me tell you need to have weapons on your defense to compete against Jared Goff, Todd Gurley, and that powerful LA Rams offense. But then again, if you want to beat that offense, just look at the film from the Super Bowl, or you can look at the film when they played against the Chicago Bears. You want to know a formula on how to shut down that Rams offense? Look at some game film from last season because I'm pretty sure their offense is not going to change.
yeah.
I'm serious. You got all the weapons. You got Brandon Cooks. You got Cooper Kupp. You got Todd Gurley. You got Jared Goff.
Okay, who do we got here? Oh, okay, so it's Nick Bosa they're showing. He looks pretty happy. I don't know if he's got a phone call yet.
In 2016, his big brother Joey, who also played at Ohio State, went third overall. His father John went 16th overall back in 1987.
Yeah.
So,
And
if you're a Bosa, you're most likely going to go first round in the NFL draft. You can even be Mrs. Bosa. You're
Here's
probably
the-
going to go first round in the NFL draft.
here's the thing about the 49ers. It's like, and this just entertained me to no end, was the fact that their free agents were so insignificant to them that they franchise tagged Gold, their kicker, who officially wants to trade him. Okay.
And Nick Bosa has been
It
selected.
is Nick Bosa out of Ohio State. Bosa had an okay season. He got injured, I want to say, in game 4 and decided to sit out the rest of the season and hold out for the draft despite being able to come back later on headed to producing.
I think, morale-wise, it was a bad decision. I mean, due to everything he went through at Ohio State, when you play football, you're bonding with the guys who are into your life. And morally, it was a bad decision because, say if Ohio State did reach a whole lot of success, they won the Rose Bowl. Like Tim Tebow said, he said the best. Like, you want to look back 20, 30 years in the past and tell your kids and your grandkids, like, hey, I played in the Rose Bowl. I was able to contribute to my team winning it. I was one of the best defensive players in the nation. Now, business-wise, it was an amazing decision. It was gutsy, but it was an amazing decision because he was focused on his health, he was focused on his longevity, and he was focused on, the long run getting an NFL.
Yeah. Oh, okay. No, for a moment, I forgot the Jets picked third. I thought they had traded, but no, okay. Under 7 minutes to go, and the Jets are officially on the clock. So
I say they'll get Quentin Williams. That's what I'll do my pick.
okay. Now the Jets. We can talk about the Jets for a little while. We just signed Le'Veon Bell, and I don't know, there was a see, they signed Bell, and who else was the big addition?
It was C.J. Mosley.
Yeah, Mosley.
C.J. Mosley.
So they added to their passage, and that Bell should help out Darnold tremendously.
With Darnold being so young and Bell being such a powerful running back, and the thing is, with Le'Veon Bell, and I keep trying to say it, Pittsburgh, why don't y'all pay Le'Veon Bell? He proved that he's the best running back in the league, so why not? And I don't blame Le'Veon Bell for having that so long. I don't blame because Le'Veon Bell was able to lay low, he was able to stay healthy, continue to hone his game while he was off. And so, yes, I do not blame him for sitting out until he got his money, until he got what he deserved. He deserved a max contract. He deserved an extension. So why not give it to him?
Yeah.
The Jets gave him a fat contract, though. So
Absolutely. Bell did what a lot of people call the selfish, but I thought it was a really good idea. He sat out the entire season, never signed his franchise tag, and a lot of people criticized him for it. And
I applaud Le'Veon. Le'Veon Bell, if you listen, I applaud you for sitting out because you are definitely one of the best running backs in the league, and you deserve an extension. Pittsburgh can give it to you.
A good example would be the fact that Seattle franchise tagged Earl Thomas, and Thomas broke his leg and was out for the season.
Earl Thomas, he was thinking about, as far as sitting out, he wanted to be the good guy. But, he really broke his leg, and now he's with the Ravens.
Yeah. And so Bell should definitely help out the passing game.
But he's definitely going to take a lot of pressure off of Sam Darnold. But the Jets, they look like they got a little squad. They already got Jamal Adams out there. You already got Sam Darnold. You got Le'Veon Bell. You got C.J. Mosley. They just added Nick Bosa. So they look like they got a little squad coming.
No, they did. I'm sorry. Correction. San Francisco drafted Bosa.
Wow. We're talking about the Jets so much. No, San Francisco got Nick Bosa. They're probably going to get Quentin Williams. Look, disregard that. But they're most likely going to get Quentin Williams.
So you don't think that the Jets could surprise people and possibly draft Devin White?
It's a possibility. And if they draft Devin White, it wouldn't be a shock because Devin White was projected to go top 5. He is the best linebacker in the nation. He did win the Buckeyes Award for top linebacker. So why not get the probably the most versatile linebacker in the draft?
Okay, so Jets take a defensive player, which I think they can pretty much bet on that. I would be surprised if they took a offensive player.
I'll be surprised too, but at the same time, the Jets, they still have to hold on to what they have to do.
They could probably use some help in the secondary, I think. The pass rush is pretty decent, or the run defense was pretty good. Overall, they got a pretty bomb defense. That defense could play.
Oh, they can ball out. But the Jets, they look like they're going to be able to compete out there in the AFC East. It is the AFC East, right?
Yeah. Well,
trying to make sure.
The AFC and the Patriots.
Pretty much. It's been like that for a while.
Patriots have won that division for, they won it the last 2 years, I would say.
Yes.
The last team to win the East was the Dolphins in 2009.
Because the Dolphins couldn't get anything right, the Bills couldn't get anything right, and the Jets couldn't get anything right.
So, when you're trying to play catch up with New England Patriots and Bill Belichick and Tom Brady and the Brady bunch, that's kind of understandable.
But I think the Jets can give the Patriots a run for their money this upcoming season, considering the tag team they got coming in. And not only that, New England, they lost Malcolm Brown from the defensive line. They lost Rob Gronkowski. Tom Brady's getting a little older, so there's not much saying how much gas he has left in the tank.
Well, I think they need to add to their line because they let Sheldon Richardson go. Did they trade away Muhammad Wilkerson?
You're talking about
the Jets? Yeah.
I think Muhammad Wilkerson. Yeah, they did trade Muhammad Wilkerson. Maybe he's with the Packers.
And their pass rush hasn't been as good as it has in the past ever since they let those two players go. So getting Quentin Williams, which makes a lot of sense to me, but also drafting possibly someone like Devin White also makes sense.
Definitely. I mean, and not only that, there's gonna be a lot of chemistry on the defense if they get Devin White because they got Jamal Adams, who's also from LSU on that team. So there'll be a lot of chemistry on that defense.
All right, a minute and a half before the New York Jets time on the clock is up.
But I think it's going to be a toss-up between Quinn Williams, Devin White, or maybe Josh Allen, who's an edge rusher from Kentucky. Had 17 sacks last season, so you can't count him out.
Now, let's talk about Josh Allen.
What's the same name as
The Bills.
quarterback.
So, I mean, he comes from Kentucky, which surprised a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people were surprised.
But I mean,
Kentucky.
I was looking at Josh Allen play last season. He's just a guy that you just can't stop him. I mean, he's explosive, he's fast, he's aggressive. He's the type of guy that you want on the NFL defense. If anything, I mean, I'll put him as an outside linebacker and just have him rush all game because you can't stop him. It doesn't matter if you know where he's lined up at. I can line him up outside linebacker, and you're not going to stop him.
I watched Josh Allen highlights a little bit, and it seems like he's dominating for us. And he's a good second line of defense against the pass defense.
Definitely. I mean, also with Devin White, I'm switching to Devin White because Devin White's also a possibility. Devin White, he ran a 4.3 in NFL college. So when it comes to mismatches, a lot, the coaches want to look for a receiver that might be guarded by a linebacker. Automatic, on paper mismatch. Devin White is no mismatch at all.
No,
he can hold his own with some of the fastest receivers in the league.
He's very quick. He's really quick. Pick his number. So we're just waiting on Roger Goodell right now. Okay. Ooh, we're outdoors and it's starting to rain. It looks like.
Did you see the new uniforms from the New York Jets? They look amazing.
Yeah, you showed me. All right, Roger Goodell is up to announce the pick. So let's see.
And they select Quinn Williams from Alabama.
So the draft's pretty been predictable so far. Where do you think it would go off script?
I think it's going to start getting unpredictable when you get to between 11 through 20. I'd say after the top 10, that's when the draft starts getting pretty much unpredictable.
So the Oakland Raiders are now officially on the clock, and they have 8 minutes to pick.
Now, this is where Oakland, this is a team I got my eye on. They have 3 first-round picks. They had a pretty much abysmal season last year. John Gruden's first season back with coaching after a decade layoff. So this is a team that pretty much all eyes are on them because they have 3 first-round picks. So they're going to be getting the best of the best in the draft. So this is another team that has to be sharp every single pick. So where do you think the Raiders, should go as far as their draft picks? Who do you think they should get?
Well, first off, they can use a lot of help on the line after trading Cleo, and they can also use some real help at wide receiver after Amari Cooper. They decided not to re-sign Jordy Nelson. Jordy Johnson.
Jordy Nelson.
Yeah.
And also they need some help at running back because Marshawn Lynch just retired. So basically, Atlanta, Oakland, they have a lot of holes in their game as well, a lot of holes in their team that they need to fill. So this draft is very important for the Raiders. I say they need to get somebody on defense. They need to kind of get that next Khalil Mack type, prototype. Devin White.
White? Wasn't Khalil Mack defensive tackle?
No, I think he's outside linebacker / edge rusher. No, I'm just talking about the next leader of their defense.
Okay.
Somebody who's I'm not talking about as far as playing time. I'm talking about as far as defensive leadership.
Okay. So let's Cameraman's in the way. All right, under 6 minutes ago, opening on the clock. You know, the Raiders were not terrible. They had a lot of bad breaks, and did they not blow some leads? Yeah, they got Derek Carr, who really carried the team last year.
Yeah, he tried everything he could.
He even officially stated that he wanted to make sure that the Raiders didn't get the #1 pick, and he succeeded.
Yeah, because he probably knew that his job was going to be up for grabs if they did get the #1 pick.
So we got John Gruden at head coach, who is a quarterback happy coach to say the least. And he signed AJ McCarron last year, and they traded for they signed after he was released Nathan Peterman. And
I mean, me as if I was a coach, I'd be quarterback happy too. But Nathan Peterman, I would not be that. That's more like quarterback sad, Nathan Peterman is trash. Nathan Peterman is trash. Until the Raiders pick is in, I'm gonna say Nathan Peterman is trash. Nathan Peterman is trash. Your turn.
No.
Nathan Peterman is trash.
Okay.
He is. I've never seen a man throw so many picks in my life.
I know.
I don't know who's worse, him or Jamarcus Russell.
Oh, no. I would definitely say Peterman. Russell did not throw that many interceptions.
It's just Russell. His head wasn't really in it. His head wasn't there.
Okay, so anyone outside of Devin White? Because I'm not sold on Devin White going to.
How about maybe Rashawn Gary from Michigan?
Yeah. Or what about Ed Oliver?
Ed Oliver, at one point, Ed Oliver was projected as the #1 overall pick before Kyler Murray
Kind of took that over.
declared for the draft. So Ed Oliver is a possibility. They need to have that defensive leader. You didn't want to give Khalil Mack, his money, so the Bears gave it to him, and you cut Bruce Irvin. So they need a leader on that defense. Maybe DK Metcalf, because they did trade Amari Cooper, but they ended up getting Antonio Brown. But at the same time, Antonio Brown can't do about stuff in their receiver core. It can't be the Derek Carr, Antonio Brown every single game, because if that's the case, it's going to be another abysmal season. It's probably going to be a 5-11 season for the Raiders.
But here's my problem with Metcalf. He needs to go to a team that's going to be able to use him correctly and play to his strengths. He's not going to be a straight up down the field receiver. He had problem with drops last year. So that is something he's going to have to improve. One of the things that impressed me with Metcalf was his ability to go up and get 50-50 balls.
Well, he is a big guy. I wouldn't challenge him. Me personally, I wouldn't challenge him because he's just going to be like, who am I nuts? So any quarterback or safety that's willing to challenge him may got to be with you, may got to have a certain soul. But anyways, as we're talking about the Raiders being on the clock, which they are now under 2 minutes on the clock, I say the Raiders go with the defensive personnel. You gotta add weapons on your defense. You have to.
Well, they like we've been saying 100 times, they traded Khalil Mack and they need to find a replacement for him. No, this pick is still not in, not quite yet, but a minute and a half to go. All right.
I'm just ready for the Giants to make their pick. I'm just ready for them to make some stupid moves. I'm ready for them.
Well, okay, Eli's 38. And Kyler, pick is in. Okay, this is probably going to take a few minutes to develop. Roger Goodell's has not come up.
It's time. I'm ready to see who's going to be another Gruden grinder who's heading to the black hole.
John Gruden just loves quarterbacks, and I can totally see them wasting a pick on someone like Drew.
I don't see Drew Lock. Honestly, I don't see Drew Lock going first round. If I'm being honest.
So you really don't think that quarterback happy Gruden will sit there and draft a quarterback like super reach for
I
him.
wouldn't be surprised, but I mean, if you think these quarterbacks happen in this draft, wait till next year when Tua Tagovailoa, can enter the draft. When Jalen Hurts enters the pool. Trevor Lawrence not yet. Trevor Lawrence hasn't been to 2021.
Yeah,
The fact that he was only a true
2021. 2021 for
I'm
Lawrence.
gonna look ahead to 2020. Well, 2020 is gonna be a lot more stacked too.
2020 is going to have a much deeper quarterback pool for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Arguably better than the one they had last year.
I mean, you look at guys like Ian Book, you look at guys like Tua Tagovailoa, and those type of guys.
You know, what about stuff like Jake Fromm?
Jake Fromm from Georgia as well.
Justin Herbert.
Because Justin Herbert, there was a lot of speculation about him entering this draft. But honestly, I think he made a good decision because he felt that, I guess he felt that he wasn't ready.
All right. Commissioner is up at the podium, so now we're just waiting on the official announcement. Raiders selection is
Clelin Ferrell from Clemson, defensive end.
I did not think he would go that high.
I didn't think he would go that high either. I thought he would go like somewhere between 7 and 13. But I mean, he is an explosive defensive end from Clemson. I mean, he was unanimous All-American, and he's one of the top defensive players in the ACC last season. So I mean,
Okay. Wow.
that's pretty high.
Yeah.
I mean, I had him going somewhere between 11 and 20 probably, but not at number 4.
Yeah, 4. I mean, quite honestly, I thought Lawrence would go before that. His team.
I thought Lawrence would go down a little higher as well, but I mean, Farrell did prove himself that he was at Clemson. And Clemson did have a dynamic defense, which is why they were so able to compete with Alabama.
Well, I just think we officially have our first surprise of the draft.
First off script pick.
Yeah.
A 6'4", weighing 264 guy with a solid miss.
I mean, Clemson had a pretty solid defense, and they just owned Alabama in the title game.
Oh, they did 44-16. I mean, Tua Tagovailoa wasn't able to do anything in that game.
No, in fact, he threw more interceptions in that game than any other game.
I'm just like looking at the highlights of this guy. And he's a freak of nature.
All right, Tampa Bay is on the clock now, and do you think we find the Tampa Bay Buccaneers saying goodbye to Jameis Winston?
It's getting closer because Jameis Winston has been, a pain in their side for the past couple of seasons. Not only his on the field performance, but his performance off the field. His character. Because he had complained against him that he broke the Uber driver. He's always had off the field troubles ever since his days at Florida State, and that's something that Tampa Bay was fully aware of when they did draft him overall. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I see a guy like Dwayne Haskins get drafted by Tampa Bay.
Haskins, okay.
Haskins, he is projected to probably go to the New York Giants, but I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to Tampa Bay.
Okay, so if Tampa Bay does not draft a quarterback, who do they go with? Defense or offense?
They're gonna go with defense. They lost Quan Alexander, who was, and I think they lost Levante David as well, I believe. And so they need a guy in that linebacker core that's going to shift the tide, in their defense.
Well, they do have a pretty stacked defense. They got a lot of talent on that side of the ball. And, well, they also – they might want to find a replacement for Humphreys.
Well, yeah, Humphreys, he did leave.
Yeah,
he went to Tennessee, right?
Yeah, Tennessee. He's on the Tennessee Titans.
And they really only, what they have in their defense is Joe McCoy in their defensive line. But they do need to go with somebody to put in that linebacker core.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll be looking at Devin White again. We're officially approaching.
Right.
He was projected to go top 5.
So yeah, we're approaching his neck of the woods now.
I think again, seeing how he's still on the board, and their option is at Oliver.
And Oliver as well.
Tampa Bay really struggled last year. And a lot of that came from inconsistency at quarterback. Because Winston was suspended for the first 4 games, which Fitzpatrick filled in for him. And you
he
had,
hit the ground running.
and then he fell off, and Winston got his job back. But then he was benched a second time in favor of Patrick before finishing out once in the last 6 games.
And now Ryan Fitzpatrick has signed with Miami. And so I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you really look at my eyes system. I wouldn't be surprised if Tampa were to get a quarterback.
Yeah,
I mean,
if they don't go linebacker, or,
I mean, if they go with a guy like Dwayne Haskins, that's probably going to throw the Giants' plans off drastically.
oh yeah, because the only other first round team that I think is projected to go in the first round was Daniel Jones.
Yeah, he's actually one of the dark horse quarterbacks that can go in the first round. Indeed. When you're talking about a guy with NFL type arm, good pocket presence, great size, as far as his build. So Daniel Jones, I mean, he's the type of guy that the Giants could probably go after if Dwayne Haskins gets taken off the board.
So what is Tampa Bay, who just hired a new coach? They were on
They got Bruce Arians. So.
Bruce Arians, who's supposedly a quarterback whisperer. Seeing what he did with
Andrew Luck.
Andrew Luck, and then Carson Palmer revived his career. So what are we looking at for Tampa Bay? They're obviously in the division with the New Orleans Saints, who currently own that division, and probably will not be relinquishing their hold on it this season.
Tampa Bay is going to make strides. Depending on how they do in the draft. I mean, they took a big hit when they lost Quan Alexander. But this is, they also have to be sharp with their picks as well. You got Bruce Arians, you got the head coach, you got to have the pieces on that field.
Yeah. All right, Tampa Bay is officially under 2 minutes for their pick, so we should be getting that pretty soon.
And their pick is already in.
Oh, the pick is in. Okay, that was pretty quick. Yeah, the pick is in. Do you see any trades in the first round?
I see a trade, but it's hard to say where the trades are going to come out. I mean,
there are a few teams.
But these games in the war rooms, it's all going to come about, as far as the team needs.
There are a few teams with multiple picks in the first round this year who can either A, have a lot of talent to their roster, or B, trade around and pick up some additional picks. We mentioned the Oakland Raiders, who are 3 in the first round this year. Another team that has 2 picks are the lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, New York Giants, who picked up the 17th overall from Cleveland in the trading Odell Beckham. Also, another team with 2 picks is the Green Bay Packers, who picked up their second pick last season with a trade with the New Orleans Saints, who drafted Davenport and moved up in the draft to number 14 to take Davenport. And then right before the draft, the Kansas City Chiefs traded their 29th pick in this year's draft and a second round next year to Seattle for Frank Clark.
And Roger Goodell is taking the podium, and he looks like it's going to be down there.
Okay. So there's some teams that can move around and really do some trading in this first round, but we'll get to that after the selection is in.
If when trades happen, that's where the shakeup happens.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, cameraman, everybody, Paul Adams.
Shout out to Paul. Doing an awesome job.
All right, so who's this that's announcing the pick?
Here's Instagram from Rookie.
Okay.
David White is going to Tampa Bay.
So they replaced one former Tiger with another.
Way to keep the tradition alive, huh?
Yeah. All right. Well,
And they pretty much got the best linebacker in the country. So
he was considered a top 5 pick, and he cracked exactly at number 5.
and Tampa Bay was a landing spot that I've seen for a while. Being such a high draft pick and just being such a valuable linebacker. I mean, this is definitely a guy that Bruce Arians is going to try and build that defense around.
So, how do you think Bruce Arians is going to deal with Devin White, seeing how he's more of the offensive guy and Devin
Well,
White's good at the
I mean,
defense?
Devin White's going to make an immediate impact when he gets to Tampa. I'm pretty sure he's immediately going to start. And he's going to be a guy that, he's a, one thing about Devin White, he definitely impressed as far as the, off the field interviews, like the draft interviews, the type of leadership that he brings to that team. Uh, so I think with his leadership ability, he's definitely going to be a guy that Tampa Bay is going to want to look to on defense. And they're really going to lean on him, in crunch time situations.
Well, Devin White was one of, if not the most dominant linebacker in this year's draft.
He's probably the dominant defensive player in this year's draft, to be honest. I'm going to say that.
Really? Okay. So you would place him above like Nick Bosa?
I say what. It would be neck and neck. I mean, I was able to see more out of Devin White than Nick Bosa, so that's why I would say what because Nick Bosa is explosive, but he is powerful in his own prime. But Devin White, he's one of those once in a lifetime linebackers. I mean, he's 6 foot, weighing 237 pounds, and on top of that, he ran a 4.3. I mean, he's one of those. He's one of those dream linebackers that defensive coordinators just drool over.
Yeah. So Devin White actually considered coming back to LSU.
Yeah, he had considered it, but I mean, I think it was the right decision for him to go to the draft because he is ready.
Yeah, he waited until the absolute last moment. I was able to date of the deadline to the player.
I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, he needed time to think because I mean, he was thinking about coming back to LSU because I mean, next year's LSU team have the potential to probably make a run for the national title if they can put all their pieces together. But I mean, as much as I didn't want to see Devin White leave, I mean, time for him to get to the money.
So New York is on the clock officially. Under 5 minutes to go. We're assuming they're going to pick a quarterback that's.
I'm waiting for one of these teams to make a pick that's going to make other teams be like, "Oh crap, operation has been done." This draft is now just. But I do see that the Giants. I see them getting Dwayne Haskins. They got to get somebody. They got to get somebody to replace Eli Manning. Eli is 38 years old, and it seems that Coach Shermer is heavily leaning on Eli Manning to just be around for a long time. And the Giants, their pick is already in.
So I guess we're going Haskins.
Yes, Dwayne Haskins. If they don't get Dwayne Haskins, then. But at the same time, I mean, they did lose, Olivier Vernon,
which they traded to the Cleveland Browns along with Odell Beckham, and that is what has
but
got
I
us
mean, they had also lost Landon Collins, but they were able to get Jabril Peppers
in that trade. Yes.
So I see them getting a quarterback. I mean, they have to. They need somebody that's going to put Eli Manning.
Well, they just had Dwayne Haskins on the TV, and he was not on the phone yet. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so they traded Odell Beckham to Cleveland, which was great for the Browns, but I just don't feel like the Giants got back a worthy amount in return. If they don't pick a quarterback here, do you think all logic points to wide receiver, right?
I mean, you got to get them to Eli Manning. You have to.
Because they traded OBJ away, and now you're left with Shepard and Saquon Barkley. Or so I want to say the tight end, but I can't remember who their tight end is.
He's Ed Ingram.
Okay, yeah. So Ed Ingram, he's a pretty decent guy at tight end. Okay, so here's Roger Goodell. He's about to announce
And the Giants have selected Daniel Jones from Duke.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
He was not expected to go until late.
I did not see Daniel Jones going that high. But nonetheless, I mean, they drafted a quarterback.
They drafted
But
maybe
I
let's
was hoping for Dwayne Haskins. So I think Dwayne Haskins is probably going to fall a little further than expected. Due to the places on the board, Dwayne Haskins is going to fall.
Well, I mean, the next team up that would need a quarterback this season, but really not this season, would be Miami.
Well, I mean, they do have Ryan Fitzpatrick, who they do have starting, but they do want to add some competition to that quarterback battle. And so I can see Dwayne Haskins probably going down all the way to 13. Or maybe Washington.
Yeah, Washington is definitely in need of a quarterback, especially if Alex Smith went down with that injury. And I don't feel like Case Keenum is the answer.
Case Keenum did get traded. He did, sign with Washington. But, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, you never know. Jacksonville might go ahead and get Dwayne Haskins and let him learn from Nick Foles.
He just signed Nick Foles
to a major contract. So that's why
88 million guaranteed.
So I mean that's why I couldn't see Jacksonville drafting a quarterback because why sign Nick Foles to a major contract and then you draft a rookie quarterback that you want to build a franchise around, but he's going to have to ride the bench for about 3 or 4 years.
Yes,
unless you want to buy out the your big deal quarterback.
Yes, me. I think that Jacksonville definitely needs to consider taking a wide receiver here because they need to give Nick Foles someone to pass to.
Well, top receiver on the board is DK Metcalf.
What about N'Keal Henry or Harry?
I've been hearing a lot of buzz about him from Arizona State. I've been hearing a lot of buzz about him. He's also a possibility as well.
Yeah, I watched some footage of him, and it seems like I don't know. He doesn't seem particularly that fast. He's quick and agile. He can go up and get the 50-50. I think he would be a really good red zone threat, but I don't see him as like an official number one. I could see a team in the need of a wide receiver making him number one. So maybe Jacksonville, but Jacksonville already has, DJ Chark.
They had DJ Chark, but I didn't see him lock him last season. And so they need to get another receiver that also gets him up to the offense.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. Let's say they don't pick a wide receiver, and I don't think they're going to pick a quarterback. Who do they go with? They have let loose a lot of talent on the defensive side. Malik Johnson for them.
Josh Allen is still on the board. Dan Oliver is still on the board. Dexter Lawrence still on the board. Ja'Kai Polite, who emerged as one of the better edge rushers in the nation last season for the Florida Gators under Coach Dan Mullen. Also been under Coach Todd Grantham. I mean, let me tell you something about Todd Grantham as a defensive coordinator. If you want to find a defensive coordinator that has expertise and know how to shut down an offense, so when you get a guy that comes from the cloth of Todd Grantham, also you look at a guy like Jeffrey Simmons who used to play under Todd Grantham before Grantham left for Florida. I mean, you got to take those type of guys into consideration. So I can say the Jaguars could probably go with Ja'Kai Polite from Florida.
So one of the things that I'm curious about is that, I mean, everybody had the Jaguars making the playoffs at the very least, and probably some even had them repping the AFC in the Super Bowl. But the Jaguars took an insane step back, and quite honestly, it probably came down to Bortles.
And that's why they had to let go of Bortles. Now, Bortles is just the back of the Jared Goff out there in LA. But I mean, when Jacksonville let go of Bortles, I mean, it was pretty much predictable. And that's when I knew. And then Nick Foles, he chose the buyout with the Philadelphia Eagles. That's when I knew Philly sent him to Jacksonville. They're sending him to Jacksonville. It was either Jacksonville or Miami. So Jacksonville picked up Foles, and Nick Foles is supposed to lead the Jaguars in the right direction. And right now, his pick is in.
Yeah, the pick is in. We're still waiting on the commissioner to come out.
I think what what Jacksonville needs is that they need to make sure their quarterback stays healthy. They have to.
Also, I would think they need to find someone to back up Leonard Fournette.
You got TJ Yeldon, but I mean, we don't really see a whole lot out of him.
No. Yeldon's now in Minneapolis.
Oh. Well, it's time to start thinking of guys like Bryce Love, I guess, but I mean, he's probably be taking second round, probably.
I mean, Love kind of fell off. He had a lot of hype coming into his, what was it, senior season?
Well, I mean, he was a Heisman candidate in the season before, and he just pretty much kind of flopped. He did get injured, but he didn't really live up to expectations in his final season at Stanford, which really dropped his draft stock.
All right, here's the commissioner.
Josh Allen,
Okay.
defensive end from Kentucky.
I thought he was an edge rusher or a linebacker.
Well, I mean, he's labeled as a defensive end. He's mainly in the down position. The end as an edge rusher.
Okay, so the Detroit Lions are on the board. And the Lions were busy in the off season. They got Danny Amendola.
Well, I was looking at Judge Allen's family.
Oh, okay.
He comes from a lot of athletes in his family, so no surprise that they've athletic ability.
You know, I thought it would be funny would be if Josh Allen's son was drafted by Buffalo.
Huh?
I thought it would be hilarious if Josh Allen.
Oh, it would be completely funny because you don't know, well, it's come with some nicknames, I guess, huh? And he's 6'4", weighing 262.
However, going to Jacksonville, you officially have
Calais Campbell out there.
Well, I was about to say you can end up having Josh Allen being sacked by Josh Allen.
That would be funny. I mean, you put Jacksonville against Buffalo and be like, well, Josh Allen just got sacked by Josh Allen. That'd be one of the funniest things I would ever hear in the NFL.
And if you're someone who's not familiar with football, it would be rather confusing.
It would be like, wait, so
Allen sacks himself.
I was thinking the same thing.
Anyway, okay, so Detroit is on the clock. They are under 6 minutes, and Detroit has just been lackluster for the majority of the last
and even
20 years.
Matt Patricia, as head coach. I mean, still a lackluster performance.
I know. They showed some improvement as the season went on, if you ask me. I mean, their defense is mediocre. Their running game is mediocre. The only thing they really had going for them was the passing game, and even that was.
Their offense did show some strides, having Kerryon Johnson out there at running back, but still, I mean, their offense didn't really meet standards.
I think they're really lacking in the passing game ever since Calvin Johnson retired.
So, you see them getting a receiver?
Okay, outside of Metcalf, who would you think they might go for?
Well, you said a little earlier, N'Keal Harry from Arizona State.
N'Keal Harry. And wasn't there another first-round prospect at wide receiver, or was that pretty much it?
If there is, you have guys like Kelvin Harmon from North Carolina State. You also have, Parrish Campbell from Ohio State, a receiver. And he made some strides as far as being a draft prospect and made his way up the draft boards. So,
Didn't they have someone coming out at TCU?
I'm not sure. Also, let's not forget Hollywood Marquise Brown from Oklahoma.
Yeah, Oklahoma. Part of the Kyler Murray offense.
He was part of the Baker Mayfield offense too.
Oh, true. That gives me no saying.
So if he's still on the board by the time we get to Cleveland number 17.
Cleveland does not have a first-round draft.
I forgot they don't have a first round.
They traded that to the New York Giants.
So much for waiting for Marquise Brown to still be on the board. I'm pretty sure he'll be off the board, by the second round.
Yeah, you're probably right. All right, the pick is in for the Detroit Lions.
Oh, I should have previewed for Gemini, man. It's kind of exciting.
Yeah, NFL is on commercial right now. We got a TV off screen running so we can kind of keep track of the draft. So, yeah. All right, just waiting on the commissioner. So who do we have as far as cornerbacks?
Quarterbacks, well, we have Brady Williams from LSU,
He's
obviously,
top 15.
top 15. Byron Murphy from Washington. Also, DeAndre Baker, who was a top defensive back last season from Georgia, and he's a guy that he's received a lot of praise from scouts.
So initially, Grady Williams was ranked as the number one quarterback prospect in this year's draft, and he, I want to say just recently, within the last few weeks, dropped out to number 2 on most people's boards, second behind Baker.
DeAndre Baker, he's leading the quarterback on the defense now.
But do you really see him going before Grady Williams?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, just being the type of caliber that DeAndre Baker is recruiting. So I wouldn't be surprised if, DeAndre goes before Grady.
So, okay. So you're actually picking DeAndre Baker to go before Grady Williams.
Most definitely.
Because if I remember correctly, the Detroit Lions really did not have much of a secondary last year, and that is one of the several holes that they have. The Lions aren't a mess, really. They can use a lot of help, and they probably did not really help themselves that much in free agency.
I don't really see them make a lot of moves as far as free agency is concerned.
Okay, so the commissioner is up, and we're just waiting on to see who the Lions end up selecting.
They got T.J. Hawkinson, tight end from Iowa. Okay,
Interesting.
That's pretty high for the tight end. That's pretty high.
Yeah, especially one out of Iowa. Really, tight end. Okay, wow. So,
Okay, I'm just pretty much dumbfounded because I did not see Hawkinson going that high. I understood that he was a first round prospect, but I'm surprised that he even went before Irv Smith from Alabama. I thought Irv Smith was the first tight end taken.
well, he wasn't.
I know that, sure.
Well, just checking. Just want to be sure,
Today. It's probably like 24 years ago.
Oh, they said you weren't born today, so I was thinking okay. All right, tight end for the Detroit Lions. Did they really need one as much as they needed help at other positions?
I think the tight end position could have waited until maybe the second or third round, but I wouldn't have taken him top 10.
No, that is definitely a surprise, and it looks like Detroit fans are going to be surprised as well.
I would be too. Actually, if I was a Detroit fan, I would actually be highly disappointed. Not taking anything from T.J. Hawkinson, he's a very talented tight end, but at the same time, the Lions have so many needs. In the first round, that's where you take your best punches. Is in the first round. And the Lions, you could have done many things like get a wide receiver, or they could get somebody on the defensive side, defensive line and secondary, because the Lions are a mess. Now, all positions that they need help in, they take a tight end.
Okay. Well, Iowa fans are pretty happy.
I think we all have that.
But Detroit fans looked a little puzzled. So.
I'll be puzzled too, trust me.
Okay, Buffalo. It's on the clock, under 5 minutes to go.
Who do you see Buffalo taking?
I don't know. They signed Cole Beasley and they signed John Brown, so they officially gave Josh Allen some receiving help. However, I do not see either of those as a true number one. So I'm going to say I think they should go wide receiver here.
I think when they go in, like somebody to be that true number one. Not only that, you have those veteran receivers like John Brown, Cole Beasley, somebody that a young receiver can learn from. So I mean, I think this is where we see like a DK Metcalf and a Kill Harry going.
I do too. Personally, I think Harry will go first over Metcalf, but I don't know. We'll see. Sean McDermott has done a pretty decent job at Buffalo. He was able to get Buffalo to the playoffs for the first time since '99.
And they had a setback year last season due to the fact having quarterback carousel in the beginning of the year. Nathan Peterman didn't work out, obviously. They also ended up, getting Derek Anderson. He didn't work out. They ended up sticking ultimately with Josh Allen, their first round draft pick from last season. And I mean, Josh Allen, he's shown shades of potential. He's shown shades of him being poised out there, and basically his potential to be a pretty good quarterback in this league. But I mean, you gotta give him more weapons.
I agree with that. I think they need to go and find a true number one. I don't know, did they have a tight end? I don't think so. I don't seem to remember them having much of a tight end, which they need a red zone threat. They really do. Defensively, they're pretty set. I mean, yeah, they probably can go in and strengthen the defensive side. Oh, Pickett's in. Anyway, but they just where they really lacked last year and they lacked the year before was on the offensive side.
I'm waiting to see what the Bills pick. Also, I like how one of their safeties, one of their defensive players, Vontae Davis, just retired at halftime of the game. Just left.
That was weird, strange, and a little bit funny. But now we're officially waiting on the commissioner to tell us who the Bills take. What do we got here?
They're also looking at maybe Montez Sweat, edge rusher from Mississippi State.
Okay. Don't think they really need a whole lot of help on the defensive side of things, but I mean, it is Buffalo. Here is Commissioner Guerrero out to make a pick, so we're just waiting to see who's up. And it will be Denver who will be picking tough.
Ed Oliver finally off the board.
Okay. I guess they're just not really valuing those receivers at the top 10 level.
Yeah, I haven't seen a single receiver pick yet, which is a surprise.
And it's been mostly defensive players, and that was kind of expected.
But I mean, but the thing is, like, this draft is stacked with defensive talent, so we're going to see a lot of defensive talent being taken in this draft in the first round.
And I was watching the highlights of Ed Oliver, and what I saw with Ed Oliver is while he's not always the one finishing the play, he's usually there setting up the play. He seems to
be like the Walter Payton defense, especially while he was out there at Houston. He played a huge role in why the Cougars had, such a versatile, a volatile rush game.
I know, it seemed like he was a lot of times the first one there, but half the time he didn't finish up a play. And that's okay. Setting it up is really the first step.
I mean, he has the ability to be able to play inside, be able to provide penetration. I mean, he's a defensive end, but you can also put him in that type of position that he can still make fireworks happen. But who do you see Denver picking?
Denver,
it'll be interesting. They just signed Joe Flacco from the Baltimore Ravens, and since Baltimore is going with Lamar Jackson to be the leader of that offense. So I'm kind of interested to see who Denver's going to pick. I wouldn't be surprised if Denver goes with a defensive player to add more weapons to the defense. I mean, they already have, they already have Von Miller, they already have Bradley Chubb out there on the defensive line. So honestly, I don't really see them going with a defensive lineman. I'll probably see them more going with a guy in their secondary.
Um, yeah, I could see secondary. Like you said, I mean, Bradley Chubb really came in and performed huge and made a really big impact right away. He was in line for defensive rookie of the year. Um, I can't remember where he finished, but it was pretty high.
I see Denver. I mean, if they do go with defense, I do see them getting somebody in the secondary. Offensively, you gotta think receivers.
So we're officially at pick 10. The first 10 picks are in the book.
Would you be surprised if Denver picks a quarterback? I mean, Dwayne Haskins is still on the board.
I wouldn't put it past the Denver Broncos, but yeah, I'll be a
But
little
then again, I
surprised.
mean, if John Elway wants to be petty and put Joe Flacco through deja vu.
Uh,
Just imagine if they get a quarterback and they outperform Joe Flacco, and then Joe Flacco's like, all right, we do this with Baltimore. I got to go through this here. And all I see.
I mean, Joe Flacco lost his role or his spot to Lamar Jackson for a reason. He's not the same quarterback he was. He's never been that great of a quarterback. He's been above average, but is elite? Not really. Can he come in and lead a Denver team that does not have a whole lot to offer on the offensive side? Not since they had Peyton Manning.
Well, the thing about Joe Flacco, he's not a mobile quarterback. He's not.
Case Keenum and Peyton Manning either.
But I mean, with Denver, I do see them probably going with a defensive player due to, their head coach, they got Vic Fangio. And Vic Fangio, you're looking at one of the best defensive technicians in the history of the NFL. And this is actually his very first, head coaching job. He's been a defensive coordinator pretty much almost his whole career. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they go with somebody in the secondary to, add more depth to that defense. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if they go with a quarterback to kind of light a fire with Joe Flacco.
Right. Flacco, he's a decent quarterback, like they said. But
At the same time,
He's been a-
not an elite level.
okay, who's this?
Dwayne Haskins.
Okay, all right. Well, he's still just sitting there waiting. I think he doesn't look like he got a call, and I don't really expect him to. Not from Denver. I could see him going later on in the first round. I definitely think he'll be a first round quarterback.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think this is the student that's a pick on the first round.
I'm still really surprised that Daniel Jones went before him.
That was a huge surprise to me. I did not think. I thought Daniel Jones. I knew he was gonna go first round, but I thought he was gonna go later in the first round.
Okay, let's see. We have the pick, and now we are officially under
I
30
see that to
minutes.
look out for in this draft would be Christian Wilkins, defensive tackle for Clemson.
Okay. Yeah, but do you see
And Broncos just traded to the Steelers.
Oh, wow.
First
Okay.
trade.
First trade of the evening. All right. Who do you think the Steelers are going with? It has to be defense.
So the Steelers acquired the 10th overall pick from the Broncos.
And let's see.
So I think definitely we're not going to see Dwayne Haskins get selected. I mean, because of course Pittsburgh has Ben Roethlisberger, who is pretty much the leader of that whole locker room.
Now he is. I mean, I don't know. You just had one of the most talented offenses that officially came to an end within one offseason.
Everything just went to
If Antonio Brown going to Oakland and
Le'Veon Bell holding out. Now he's from New York. I mean, you had probably the best three-headed Cerberus in the league. Ben Roethlisberger, Le'Veon Bell, and Antonio Brown. That was pretty much the Cerberus of the NFL. You ran to those three, you're most likely to beat. Most likely.
Right. So the pick is in. That was pretty quick. I guess. Then
Yes,
again,
I guess the Steelers were like, there's this guy that we want, and we want him, so we're going to make a deal.
you know, when someone makes a trade like that, it's typically because they know what they want. And I think here comes the commissioner. Yes, no, maybe.
Maybe so.
Yep, here we go. And
They
he,
got
he has
Mean Joe Green up there.
someone with him. Yeah. Steelers selection. Joe Green was part of that. No, he was with the Jets. Was he with the Jets?
Joe Green was with the Steelers.
Okay, that's.
Why did they get him up there?
I don't know. He had someone else. They had Tim Brown making the selection for someone else. Tim Brown played his career mostly in Oakland. And we're just waiting for a pick. It should come very shortly.
Devin Bush, inside linebacker, Michigan.
Now, here's the thing with Michigan. They've been a disappointment the last few years, coming up short of being where they want to be, which is winning the Big Ten. They have yet to be able to top Ohio State. But that being said, Devin Bush is a really good selection here. He's a run stopper. He's a beast up front. He can get after the quarterback. He can get into the backfield. He can make a lot of plays back there.
And I think that Pittsburgh, they're trying to keep building that defense. I mean,
Because
just like losing, a guy like Ryan Shazier on the defensive side who's still trying to recover from his injury. So having a guy out there that's going to be with TJ Watt, I mean, I feel that him and TJ Watt are going to be, a tendon to, a force to reckon with out there defensively. But I wish that Pittsburgh got somebody for their offense. As far as like receiver, they got Juju Smith-Schuster, but they got to have some guys in their receiving core.
I know that which they they had obviously the best receiver in football with Antonio Brown, but he wanted out after drama.
Egos and all that.
You know, Bell, Brown, Roethlisberger, they all wanted to be number one in the locker room, and that's not going to happen.
So with that being said, while Cincinnati's on the clock, we're going to go ahead and maybe take a quick break.
Okay, we'll be back in 5.
I got to stay.
That cup might be a problem.
Huh?
Said this cup might be a problem.
Oh, okay.
It's overexposing, and it's right on the shot. See, these are overexposing too, but they're not in the shot. I've been trying to keep them out. Ben's pick is in. Lights are up the side. The thing's got lots of fun.
Any surprises yet? Any surprises?
A couple surprises.
Really? Very interesting.
Okay, we had to step away for a little bit. So, sorry to have missed the pick for the Cincinnati Bengals, which was
Jonah Williams, offensive tackle from Alabama. Which, I mean, that's something the Bengals did need when Andy Dalton had a hard time in the pocket last season for the Bengals.
oh yeah. The Bengals need help on the defensive side though, but yeah, offensive line is somewhere that also really need help. Bengals were terrible on defense. There was, I want to say, 31st in pass. Pretty.
Yeah, I mean, the Bengals have been on a slump. I mean, that's why they got a brand new head coach and they finally let go of Marvin Lewis. 'Cause, I mean, he was just there just for too long.
Yeah, but you have to give credit where credit is due. Marvin Lewis really did turn their franchise around.
And but at the same time, he did kind of wear out his welcome about maybe 8 to 9, 10 years in. And he is one of the longest tenured head coaches, in as far as the NFL.
I mean, you really can't argue with the results of 5 straight playoff appearances. Granted, they didn't have a win, which they should have won at least twice. Their losses were close. They had a lead in the field.
I mean,
But
Cincinnati's window was when they had Carson Palmer and Chad Johnson. That was their window. They had Carson Palmer and Chad Johnson and TJ Hutchinson. That was their window to, make a run. But, in the meantime, Green Bay's on the clock.
yes,
So
Green
who do
Bay
you
is
think
up.
Green Bay's going to go with?
Oh no! An interesting fact that was brought up in somewhere else. I can't remember where, but it was, Aaron Rodgers was drafted when Brett Favre was 35, and guess who's 35 now?
Aaron Rodgers.
Exactly.
So history might repeat itself. Green Bay might even get a quarterback. Because Aaron Rodgers, we don't know how much longer he may have in the NFL.
And Aaron Rodgers, while still very much one of the elite quarterbacks in the league, he has dropped off a little bit, and he has a problem with staying healthy, which to some degree is his fault. His last injury was a broken collarbone, and that was entirely his fault. He was running outside the pocket and decided to take
A hit from Anthony Barr.
well, not just a hit, but he lowered his shoulder. He tried to take Barr head on.
Anthony Barr is probably one of the last linebackers that ever take head on.
I mean, he hits really, really hard. And
That's actually an understatement.
so, Rodgers was out for 10 games 2017. Yeah, it was 17, right?
I believe, yeah, 2017.
2017. And, I say it has a lot to do with his competitive nature. I've said in the past that Aaron Rodgers is extremely competitive, sometimes to the point of being stupid.
He's pretty much too competitive for something to do about it. He is a cheaper and he is tough out there in the field. But the Packers pick is in. I'm actually interested to see who they're going to pick. I mean, there's still a lot of good players on the board. I mean, Dwayne Haskins is still on the board. But like I said, since he didn't get drafted by the New York Giants, he's probably going to fall a little bit worse.
Okay. We're just waiting for the commissioner to come on, and ESPN is currently on commercial. So, who do you think they're going to go if they don't pick quarterback?
I think they're going to stay on the defensive side of the ball.
They did. Well, I don't know. They did sign 3 really quality defensive starters in free agency,
That is true.
and they do have 2 picks. They have the 12th overall, and then they have the I'm going to say 30th, 31st pick.
I think they're going to get somebody that can replace Clay Matthews. Clay Matthews signed earlier in the offseason. So that's why I think they're going to go on the defensive side of the ball.
Which I don't understand why they let Clay Matthews walk, because he was the leader of the defense. Yeah, he had
Undisputed leader of that defense.
yes, he had a little bit of a drop off this past season, but he got off to a really strong start. And his drop off, really, I blame on the rule changes.
True. I mean, because they really clamped down on roughing the passer. So, yeah, which I think is a BS, move by Roger Goodell.
Yeah, I mean, the rule changes just with the now officially the tackle rule. It really just led to a lot of big calls.
Like, I mean, I remember this one play. There was a Washington versus Green Bay. Clay Matthews pretty much did the cleanest sack on Alex Smith, and they call it penalty because it was roughing the passer. I mean, they just like you can just all you gotta do is put pick up the quarterback nice and neat, and move the lines and say roughing the passer.
Okay, so here's the pick for the Green Bay Packers. Is Goodell is officially at the podium.
Rashawn Gary, defensive end from Michigan.
Now, Rashawn Gary is a little bit opposite, in my opinion, of Ed Oliver. While Oliver was typically the first guy there, but not always the playmaker or the finisher, Gary was the finisher.
He was the executioner for Harbaugh's defense.
When the guy who got there first was unable to make a tackle, it typically ended up being Gary who finished up the stop in the backfield. Or he was also really good against the run, and I think I like this pick.
I like it too. I mean, he'll be staying in the state, he'll be staying in the north. But I mean, Rashawn Gary, I've been kind of keeping up with him in Michigan for the past few years. I mean, he had pretty much everything to look for in defensive end. Now the interesting part is, who's Miami select? I'm kind of interested to see what
So Miami is officially on the clock, and this should be interesting because they just signed Ryan Fitzpatrick to come in and be pretty much the starting
But
quarterback.
he's 36 years old.
Yeah,
So
and
I think he's going to start playing for the future.
he's a journeyman for a reason.
He's there to serve, regular purpose, and that's it. He's there for 17, and he's going to do the thing for Miami.
Let's see. No. Okay, so there's under 6 minutes to go. It looks like Rashawn Gary just got the call. Okay, that's good. And that's
So in the past 3 picks, 2 guys from Michigan, their 2 top defenders got picked.
which is kind of a blow for the Michigan Wolverines. Although I do feel that, I think Harbaugh can just reload on that side of the ball. But we'll see.
I mean, Michigan's always been a very competitive team, but they've always hit the wall every time they go against Ohio State. And I don't think Coach Harbaugh's beaten Ohio State yet. Huh?
No, he has not. He has not.
So losing Devin Bush and Rashawn Gary definitely is a game check for everyone.
Yeah. But, this is interesting because it seems like Green Bay is trying to build up their defense again, which when they won the Super Bowl back in 2012, following the 2012 season, Their defense was okay. It wasn't great. It was more middle of the pack, but you still had an explosive offensive with Aaron Rodgers at the lead. And, well, I don't know. I just feel like they're not as explosive or as rooted as they once was. They don't have Jordy Nelson anymore. Randall Cobb signed with the Cowboys, even though his production was dropping off. Jimmy Graham left. Who did they have?
They had a Lacey at one point.
I know, but Lacey's been a disappointment as of late. He had a really good rookie season, but
And then he gained a lot of weight, and it ruined his production.
okay, well, so let's see who the Dolphins pick. They still got a little less than 4 minutes left.
I remember the days they had Down Driver and Greg James. Good Lord, with the explosion.
Well, yeah. I mean, that was their Super Bowl offense.
Because that was anything you couldn't stop.
No, it was, I mean,
One thing, Greg James was like the best receiver in the league.
everything. Let's see. Also, I mean, Miami has some receivers. Oh, okay, pick this out. They got Albert Wilson. And who else do they have? I mean, they had Danny Amendola, but now he's with Detroit. And I don't know. The Dolphins just has. They're another team that has a lot of holes that hasn't really been that good since their playoff run in 2008.
That's a long time ago.
You know, when Matt Castle took them to the playoffs, it was the last time the New England Patriots did not win the division, and it was the last time the Patriots missed the playoffs altogether.
I was going to see the Dolphins picking.
He's the last one.
Yeah. And again, we already know the commission.
Well, after this commercial break.
I wonder how the time goes.
I'm thinking about the draft. Like, as far as, the picks being in the commercials, the times are always off. So we haven't cut the commercials or anything.
I'm waiting to see one of those receivers go off the board. We're getting to the middle of the first round, so we should start seeing some of them come off the board, especially if Metcalf is targeting right so much. And Harry, I think it's another one that should come off pretty soon. There's definitely some receiver needy teams out there. There's been some teams that needed a receiver that hadn't drafted and stayed on the defensive side of the ball. But then again, we kind of expected defense to dominate the first round. I think probably the first 2 rounds. Okay, Commissioner. And the Dolphins select. Yes. Pick it down.
Christian Wilkins beats the tackle from Clemson. Yeah, I knew it was a matter of time before he came off the board.
So Lawrence is still on. Here's a question. Do you think the surprise positive test for the illegal substance is holding Lawrence down?
I think it is because it's showing that he can't be trusted. Taking illegal substance. That's an automatic suspension. So I guess it just shows him like a trust that the NBA would have in him.
All right, the Atlanta Falcons is on the board, and
Who can see Atlanta probably taking this draft?
I don't know. They just lost Devin Coleman, and Tevin Coleman, and
And Devontae Freeman, there's like questions about his health. He was at IR for pretty much for most of the season last year. So
they got a pretty solid receiving core with Julio Jones and now
Calvin Ridley
Ridley
and
and
Mohamed Sanu.
Mohamed Sanu. So I don't think they need to
But yeah, I don't think they need a receiver. They got Matt Ryan, and Matt Ryan has a few years at him.
Yeah, I don't think there's any like real true first round running backs. This is
Nah, I remember Christian Wilkins was the guy who beat that split after they beat Alabama the first time they won the national title. Nah, I remember.
okay, so I can't decide if I really like this pick or not.
I mean, Christian Wilkins was one of the top defensive tackles in the nation last season. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily put him over Quentin Williams, because Quentin Williams, I mean, he just knew how to finesse his way through his backfield, but Christian Wilkins, he's like, I mean, his power is unimaginable.
Yeah, he is a really good rusher. He can get us the quarterback. He was one of the things that made that front seven for Clemson so dangerous. But
His level of penetration, he just set the tone for the whole defense. I mean, he does what, an actual nose guard should do. I mean, you being right there in the trenches in the center of that defense, you set the tone for the whole defense for the competition that you see.
and again, mine is kind of a team of a lot of holes. And I guess they feel the need. I kind of feel they went with best player available. Well, you could definitely have some arguments that some people should have gone ahead of them. Okay, so this should be interesting. And I think Atlanta needs to go running back, but at the same time, like I said, I don't think they need a first round running back in this draft.
There's no first round running back in the draft. I mean, would I be surprised if they take a running back? I wouldn't be surprised. That'll be, considering Atlanta's need, they do need a running back. But I do see them staying on the defensive side of the ball.
Oh, absolutely.
Or maybe getting an offensive lineman since they did suffer injuries on the offensive line last season. I do see them maybe getting an offensive lineman who can come in and be that healthy O-lineman. And Greg Lewis from Ole Miss is still on the board. He's one of the more talented tackles in the nation.
So here's the question. Atlanta's starting big defensive player. Washington's next. I think Haskins goes down at number 15.
I think so. And somebody who can compete with Case Keenum for the starting job, definitely.
Right? Because then waiting on the commission.
I like this because of Seats that experience prospects we have.
Yeah. There's what is it? Power Rangers? Okay. Some players dressed up as the Power Rangers. Interesting. Well, they got it down to a T as far as that dance goes. Anyway.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so you see that all.
What do you think about the Falcons?
Falcons are well. I mean, my thoughts on them are not appropriate for the live shows.
All right, so the pick is in. Let's see what the commissioner has to say. And who the Falcons take. I'm going to say defensive side of the ball.
They actually got an offensive guard, Chris Lindstrom, which I said they were going to get an offensive lineman. Due to injuries they suffered last season, you got Chris Lindstrom back from Boston College.
Boston College is a team that just seems to have all these up and downs and just cannot stay.
I mean, I think it's a decent pick on the Falcons. And like I said, they're going to have some longevity to their offensive line because the Falcons' offensive line is very, their offensive line is actually very experienced early this season, but it's good to add some youth to that line.
Yeah, but I don't seem to remember Ryan being sacked too much last year.
mean, he wasn't sacked too much, but at the same time, like I said, I mean, the Falcons, they did have injuries at the guard position. I think both their guards were injured. I think Alex Mack, their center, was injured as well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But I know that they did have injuries at the guard position.
Yeah. And, okay. So they had injuries that were in the guard position. But really, does that mean he will not find someone in later rounds?
So, I mean, the offensive line, I mean, in the past draft, they go, offensive line can go quick.
It seems like that I watched the Falcons, it seems like they held up pretty decently against the pass rush. I do not remember we were watching the New Orleans Saints, who had one of the better defensive lines last
Yeah,
year.
they actually had a hard time getting them run. But I guess it's just an outback to their own line.
Okay.
That's just my best guess.
And Ryan has one of the quicker, if not one, it's like one of the quicker releases in the league.
Actually, I think Tom Brady has the quickest release.
Well, okay.
But
Still,
at the same time, Ryan doesn't have a quick release.
he typically gets it out in under 3 seconds.
He does. I mean, and that's what makes him so great as a quarterback. I mean, the Falcons, they did have a down year. I mean, if it wasn't for the injuries, the Falcons probably would have been a playoff team if it wasn't for the injuries. I mean, all feelings aside and all differences aside, I got to give credit where credit is due to Atlanta. But, I mean, I guess the reason why they got Lindstrom is the fact that according to their team needs, Lindstrom is probably the best team, best player on the board for them. And I mean, I guess that's what the draft is all about. But,
Okay, the Washington Redskins. Haskins has to go here
he
because
has to.
Case Keenum is the only quarterback they really have. I mean, the Washington Redskins ended the season with Josh Warren as their starting quarterback. Who, not Josh Warren, Josh
Johnson.
Josh Johnson. Okay, yeah. I mean, I had so little of idea of who he was that I couldn't even remember his name. I just remember that when the Washington Redskins called him up, I remember that he learned the roster by playing Madden.
Okay. That's not the weirdest thing I've heard. Now, Luis Perez, who was from the AAF, who got signed by the Eagles, he learned how to play quarterback by looking at videos on YouTube on how to play quarterback. And now he's playing for the Eagles. Learning the roster from Madden, not the weirdest thing. But I mean, yeah, Alex Smith, he went down. Colt McCoy went down. Mark Sanchez went down. Josh Johnson's in. And now they get Case Keenum. So, but honestly, I don't think Case Keenum can be able to get this job done, especially with the NFC East getting a little more competitive as far as between the Cowboys and the Eagles. So you need a young quarterback who can probably get the job done. And I think that could be Dwayne Haskins.
If Haskins does not go here, then I don't know where he's going to go because there's not another.
If Haskins doesn't go here, I'm not sure if Haskins is going to get picked in the first round. Due to the teams that are left as far as when Haskins get picked.
Now,
And
I will say this: the team that picks after Washington is the Panthers, which.
they're not going to get a quarterback. You already got Cam Newton.
But at number 17, I forgot at number 17, you are sitting there with the New York Giants.
But the Giants already got the name Jones.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting that. It was such a surprise.
But I say a team that could probably pick a quarterback would be the Minnesota Vikings. Yeah, they got Kirk Cousins. But Kirk Cousins, they really play up to expectations last season. So I guess you want to give them some type of incentive. So I wouldn't be surprised if Minnesota would take a chance. But I mean, you still got quite a few players. I mean, and the running back that was probably supposed to go first round would be Josh Jacobs from Alabama. And I think that would probably be the best option for the Atlanta Falcons. But I guess they thought that Lindstrom was the better option. But you still got guys like Dwayne Haskins, Montez Sweat, Jeffrey Simmons, Josh Jacobs, and you got Juwan Taylor, and you got that Jake So it just goes to show how stacked this draft class is for these talented players to still be on the board. So don't be surprised if you see some very talented guys going third or fourth round, dropping all the way down. That's just the nature of the beast in this NFL draft.
I mean, you got two teams that can really use a quarterback now. And if Haskins comes off the board, Daniel Jones is always surprisingly off the board. There isn't really another first-round quarterback in this draft. The next one would be a late second rounder, and that would be Greer.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the commissioner to announce the Redskins pick. So waiting on that.
And Dwayne Haskins has been taken off the board. Washington just drafted him.
So what does New York Giants do now?
They already got Daniel Jones.
I can't forget it.
They already got Daniel Jones. They're going to shoot for him now.
Yeah, it was, I guess, best player available. But the Carolina Panthers are up now, and yeah, you expect them to keep stick with Cam
Of
Newton.
course, he's their franchise quarterback.
But the question is, how much more can Cam Newton take?
Well, they got to build around him. What you think? Who do you think Carolina can select?
I don't know. You see, I got him there the first time around when Cam Newton's won the early season when he was an MVP candidate and he actually won an MVP award. And it was 2015 where they lost the Super Bowl to the Denver Broncos.
That was Cam Newton's MVP.
You can see that.
I'm looking at the one Haskins highlights.
Okay, but I don't know. I think they've lost a lot on the defensive side, which got them to the Super Bowl. You can argue.
Right.
Greg Olson's getting up there in age. They just lost Functions, who was their quote number one receiver, even though Olsen really is their number one receiver at tight end. So, okay. We're in the middle of the first round. One of these receivers has got to go.
No doubt about it.
And to me, Carolina is the best candidate right here at number 16.
To get like a new QB,
I mean, there are teams after Carolina that can and probably will draft one of them if Carolina does not go with either of them right now. I can see some of the cornerbacks starting to come off the board.
But I think Carolina might go on the defense side of the ball because, they lost one of their linebackers. It was Thomas Davis. Thomas Davis was the Chargers. So
they let him go. They let him walk. So
I guess they're probably going to get somebody that's going to be able to complement, Luke Kuechly and Reggie Jackson.
So if the Panthers do not draft wide receiver, then I definitely think that they would have to go secondary, especially seeing how you're in the NFC South division.
And you're going against guys like Matt Ryan and Zeke Breeze. You need, some depth out there in the secondary to be able to handle those guys.
Yeah. I don't think there's another division out there that has more quarterbacks in it than the NFC South. But we're still okay. There's still a little more that we're coming up with 5 minutes left on the Panthers pick. We'll see what they're going with. But back to the question, how much longer does Cam Newton have? You have to ask the question because he keeps getting hurt.
That is true.
And the time that he keeps getting hurt, he's usually toward the end of the season.
And that's usually a team, in Carolina, they started the season off 6-2 last season. And they ended it, 7-9. They lost their last, 7 out of 8 games last season. They lost they lost like 8 straight last year. 7 straight.
They started
6-2.
6-2, and then lost something like 8 straight. And that is what is most popular. It's the fact that they left to such a
I'm surprised that Coach Ron Rivera was able to keep his job. That's one thing that surprised me after how Carolina just imploded as a team last year. Cam Newton getting hurt. And so I see Cam Newton can't stay healthy. Cam Newton probably has a best of maybe 2 to 4 seasons at best.
Really?
4 seasons at most.
You go that long. So you go to Michael Vick.
Pretty much if he keeps getting hurt. That was Michael Vick's problem with Atlanta. He kept getting hurt.
Well, Michael Vick's problem with Atlanta was the got into some dog fight.
Well, I mean, even before the dog fight, he had problem injuries.
All right, we're just waiting on the commissioner once again. It's always the
We're not
fun.
picking the first round. We're not picking the show. What's it?
For tonight, then we're coming back on for rounds 2 and 3,
Tomorrow night.
which could probably run a little bit longer.
It's 2 rounds, so.
So we're probably looking at 4 hours here. In a few more picks, we're going to have Bob Rosen. Panthers.
Brian Burns, outside linebacker, Florida State.
Okay, so they're gonna go with rebuilding their defense.
Well, I think being out there with Luke Kuechly is going to really help him develop. I mean, Luke Kuechly, as far as linebackers in the NFL, you can't get any better than Luke Kuechly. I mean, he's the type of guy, he knows your perfect right.
And you know what? Now that I think about it, linebacker does make sense here. Seeing how they let Thomas Davis go. He was getting a little bit old. And he had also said that he had thought about retiring at the end of this year and then retracted that towards the end of it. And they also lost A.J. Klein to the Saints 2 years ago. So that linebacking core
He's
is
kind of
kind of limited. It's mostly Kuechly and only Kuechly.
so, Luke Kuechly's going to have some help out there on the field for Carolina Panthers this season coming up. Having such a talented linebacker like Brian Burns, he weighed only 209 pounds as a senior in high school and gained 40 pounds throughout his college career. Which, I mean, is not surprising when you're at a Power 5 school.
All right, the New York Giants are on the clock.
Long game.
The 17th pick that they got from the Browns is Odell Beckham.
I think they now go receiver. Yes, they need to add somebody else to the offense. You got to have a quarterback and a receiver.
Okay, so you're a big fan of Metcalf. You think he goes here?
Yes, I think the Giants would be crazy if Metcalf.
We'll see. We'll see. They definitely need some receiver help after trading Odell Beckham and after trading OBJ. For some reason, they decided, holy crap, we need to go and lock up Shepard, and they signed him to a contract extension. So, to me, it makes sense that they go wide receiver here. However,
I mean,
again,
it would be the only thing that makes sense to them right now.
I don't know. I think they could also go cornerback.
Well, that's where we get to guys like DeAndre Baker and Brady Williams.
But I'm a bit surprised that neither of them have come off the board yet, though they were considered middle to late first round, and they are officially there. All right, the Giants are on the clock for an additional 5.5 minutes. All right. What do you think the timeline for Daniel is? For Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones.
Obviously,
Of course, they're going to have him.
Obviously, he's
behind
going to
Eli
sit.
Manning. He's going to sit behind Eli. But I guess now they have a rookie quarterback. Eli can get through this season. I think this might be Eli's last season. I say that this season will be Eli's last ride.
Really?
And so, they finally got a rookie quarterback to try and take the reins for them. So he's going to take time to teach Daniel Jones and everything that as far as being a pro quarterback or how to lead the team. And so I feel that Eli may come into his last season. And after that, he will probably be politely pushed out the door. And Daniel Jones will probably take over. Because, for the past 15, 16 years, you've been the Eli Manning show. in New York.
But Eli has been a decent quarterback.
He's won two
He's
Super
won
Bowls.
two Super Bowls, but he's never been in contention really for the MVP.
Or that, player of the year, like offensive player of the year, or he's been more than one of a quarterback. I mean, do you think he gets a gold jacket, or
I don't know. That is a really good question. I think a lot of people are debating that, and if he does, it's going to be those two Super Bowls that end up carrying the two captains.
it's kind of hard to tell.
I mean, he's had decent stats. He usually averages a little bit above 3,000 yards most seasons that he had.
But I think the Giants will have to go receiver for this when they have to.
I agree. You have a cornerback. Then again, they're not exactly in the most pass-happy division. They got Washington, who doesn't have a quarterback, although Josh Johnson performed admirably in his time. And I don't like Prescott as a passer.
Prescott has evolved as a passer, especially having Amari Cooper, which really helped with his development last season.
Even with Cooper, their pass attack was like 22nd or something like that. So I'm skeptical of Prescott. I don't think he's going to develop into a elite passer, though I do think there's room for improvement.
Yes.
But the only real passing quarterback in that division is Carson Wentz.
And Carson Wentz has a lot of improvement. He has to stay healthy.
I feel like Carson Wentz has the same problem that Aaron Rodgers does, and that is too competitive for his own good. Again, his injuries the last 2 years have been more his fault. I think the commissioner is about to come on. Now Giants fans are enthusiastic to be on television as usual. All right, Mr. Commissioner, waiting on you, bro. Anytime. I swear they just drag these picks out
I was just thinking the same thing.
for no reason, really. Here we go. Here's the commissioner. Yay! Mr. Nobody likes you. Except for the owners, because you're the puppet. I did not say that. Kick is in, and the Giants select. Oh, they got someone in the military to do the selection.
Dexter Lawrence, Clemson.
Okay, finally, he's off the board. But who is still on the board? The wide receivers.
Wide receivers. The secondary is still on the board as well. I just realized that not a single corner has been put, not a single safety has been put. It's been like this first round has been the defensive tackle show, pretty much. defensive tackle and edge rusher.
Yeah, well, that's not too surprising. The defense was definitely stacked this season with defensive linemen and linebackers. Cornerbacks were kind of expected to be middle towards the middle slash end of the first round, and then definitely second round as well. I expect cornerbacks to just dominate the second round. Somehow a lot of them not come off the board.
So who do you see Minnesota probably taking?
That is a good question. They're pretty loaded. Though they were a disappointment last year.
They were, but I mean, they've always had like a loaded defense. But I do see them probably going on the other side of the ball, like going on offense. And I think this is where a receiver should come in.
I do not think receiver. They got Diggs and they have Thielen.
Well, I mean,
And then Rudolph. So
but you kind of want to add some depth to their receiver core. You can't beat Diggs and
actually,
Thielen.
now that I think about it, they did just lose Latavius Murray. So I'm thinking running back.
Maybe Josh Jacobs.
That was a possibility.
I mean, I think a team with Josh Jacobs and Dalvin Cook would be pretty good.
That is definitely a possibility.
So I think the Giants, I would say 2 for 2. I mean, you got Daniel Jones, that quarterback. You got somebody to add to your defense. So I mean, the Giants, they're adding weapons to their defense. I mean, they lost Olivier Vernon, but they added Jabril Peppers and they added Dexter Lawrence. So I mean, I think but I think the Giants, they gotta be sharp for him as far as their draft picks.
I think Minnesota is a hard one to pick because, like I said, they're pretty loaded. I mean, you could probably add to the linebacker core. You might can add to the defensive line, but I think a lot of the first-round guys are off the board now.
Now, if I'm Coach Dabo Swinney from Clemson, I'm smiling ear to ear to have 3 of your front 7 guys picked in the first round. Colin Farrell, Christian Wilkins, Dexter Lawrence. You got to have those guys selected in the first round, all 3 of them. I'm Coach Swinney. I'm smiling ear to ear right now.
Yeah. So the pick is in for the Vikings. Yeah. The pick is in. But the commissioner is obviously going to take his time.
Oh, I mean, he's a commissioner. He takes time with everything. Then he waits till last minute to say, oh, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do that.
Wait, does Denver have a second pick in the first round?
I think they do.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They traded with Pittsburgh. I forgot about that. Yeah, waiting on the good one. I feel like this draft has gone by pretty quickly.
It has. I mean,
We're at 2 hours, 18 minutes now, which for us is the longest we've ever been live. And my phone is acting up for some reason. Alrighty, let's see what the Vikings pick right here.
we got Garrett Bradbury, center from North Carolina State.
Okay. Protect Kirk Cousins. Not bad.
Not too bad.
Well, like I said, you really.
I mean, of all the team needs, I mean, they got the best guy they felt was on the board as far as the coaches, what they need on their team.
Yeah. Okay, so interesting. Did I feel like they I don't know. They couldn't have gone wrong in any type of pick. Like I said, they're very loaded, very talented at all positions. So it kind of makes sense, I guess, to go offensive line to help protect Kirk Cousins. I don't think they had particularly a huge problem with sacks. I mean, the running game was a little underwhelming last season, but I mean their passing game is really where they are supposed to thrive. So Kirk Cousins is certainly not in tune with his offense. For
Well, I
me.
mean, but I think it's going to really help, Dalvin Cook as well as far as, the fire was to be able to run the ball better, being able to run better, downhill from the Vikings, which is ultimately open up the passing game for Kirk Cousins. So, I mean, it's more like a domino effect when you can find a really good center who can really open up lanes for you.
Okay, Tennessee is on the clock, and Tennessee is getting better. They made some additions in this offseason. I mean,
Though they missed the playoffs, they did make a lot of strides with Mike Vrabel as head coach, in which Mike Vrabel pretty much exceeded my expectations for his first season as head coach. So I'm interested to see who the Titans are going to pick. I think they did go receiver in this one. I know I've been saying receiver for like the past 5 picks.
Well,
I understand that. It's just I'm dying to see a receiver get taken off the board because honestly, I thought DK Metcalf would have been drafted by now.
okay,
But I think this is where we're getting Williams neck of the woods.
I think this is good. 5 minutes before their pick is in, I think this is a good time to take 5 picks.
Yes.
We've been going for 2 hours, 21 minutes with one break. So, yeah. Be back in 5, folks.
Good. I'm stepping outside.
Turn your mic off.
Oh, dear God.
Oh man. I wish they had more seats, man. Oh my god.
Should definitely bring some cushions tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, I should have said that. I didn't use the restroom. Just all stepping outside.
I'm about to head out.
That's okay.
Do you want do you want to tell me y'all leaving?
No,
No.
no, we got to finish this.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay,
So
we're
we
back.
went back.
We're back. The pick for the Tennessee Titans, we kind of missed it, but okay. Expected. And who did they select? Let's see.
Jeffrey Simmons, defensive tackle from Mississippi State.
All
So
right.
Mississippi State making some noise in the journey.
Okay, so we're still having defensive linemen come off the board. Quarterback still in there.
And wide receivers.
And wide receivers. Okay. Okay, still that's a bit of surprise. All right, so Denver on the board. They traded their pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and so now they're officially on the board again. What are we thinking now? Continue on. Haskins is off the board. Jones is off the board. Murray's off the board. There's your first round quarterbacks right there.
You know, Will Greer's going to come off the board tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I don't see him going
Any lower in the second round.
any lower than second round or any higher than second.
But I think it gets a little more fun in rounds 4 through 7 because that's when you got like Trace McSorley from Penn State, who I really think is a quarterback. I mean, he, has a great leader mentality in that locker room. And Coach Franklin, from Penn State, he'll tell you like he has the intelligence you see as far as the leader on the field. But in the meantime, we're focused on the first round.
Yeah. So Denver, I don't know. They could probably use someone in the secondary, right?
Definitely secondary. I mean, this is where you want to try and get your cornerbacks.
They traded away to keep the lead. So he was their top
But
pick.
you want to think wide receivers as well.
I do. So they can either go cornerback. Okay, so yes, I'll pick them at either cornerback right now or wide receivers. We're trying to get Bob Rose of the Canal Chronicles on the phone. I just told him he can call in. We should be expecting him pretty. Oh, in fact, here he is. Hello. All right. Since we got you, I'm going to hook you up and we can get going. All right, Bob, you there?
Can you hear us?
Try it again.
How you doing?
Oh, okay. There we go. Now we can.
Hi, clear.
Good.
So, what you been thinking about this draft so far?
If it doesn't,
Yeah, I can barely hear you.
okay. Yeah, I think we lost you for a moment. Let's see. All right. How are we doing? Is that better?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's see, our plug-in doesn't seem to be working too well. Okay, this is fun. Works there. Sorry for this, folks. We're having technical difficulties.
Bear with us.
All right, can you hear us now?
Yeah. Better.
Okay, there we go.
So, what you been thinking about this draft so far? Hello?
What is going on? Okay. This is not cool. Hey, can you try hanging up and then call back?
Technical difficulties, people.
Hello? Oh, I unplugged it, so can you just hang up and try calling back? Again, something that worked Saturday that is not working today. Okay, how about now?
Okay, it's a little bit better now.
Okay, we got you pretty loud and clear over
Good.
here. Okay, Josh, try again.
So, what you been thinking about this draft, Bob? Hello?
Okay, so Josh is asking, what do you think about this draft so far?
I'm sorry. I have some background noise here too. I'll tell you what's most surprising to me is that there's only been one trade up to this point, and that's when the Steelers moved up to number 10, kind of 10 and 26 with the Broncos. We've been hearing some things that the Steelers have been looking to move into the top 10 or 12, so that's what's really surprising. And I think the Steelers got who they were targeting all along. They wanted Devin to linebacker. It would have been a little bit too far a reach up to get Devin White out of LSU for Pittsburgh. But once Devin Bush kind of fell back into the edge wire for Devin, the Steelers did a great job in jumping on it. Two individual, three individual picks that have collided a lot, so a lot. Were the Raiders going for the defensive end from Sunday Farrell, with the number 4 overall there. Farrell had been projected everything that I had seen and heard. Farrell had been projected to be anywhere between mid-first round and even possibly early second round. Now, he's an outstanding player. I think he's going to play well for Oakland. But leave it to the Raiders to pull the Burger Pig first week surprise of the draft.
Yeah.
And then just 2 picks later, everybody expecting the Giants to go quarterback, but it was the player that they draft. A lot of people have them projected to be I think it's a surprise that Wayne fell into the 15 when the Redskins drafted him. But the Giants insisted the game, have insisted the game of Jones was their man all along, had a dude. And that kid's got great fundamentals. He plays with David Cutcliffe in college. He's coached and has helped out every single year from Manny Parsons out of it. And I don't know if you guys how fundamentally sound the Manny quarterback standard is. But yeah, the biggest single overall surprise to me so far is the fact that there's only been 2 trades in the first round. I gotta be honest too, obviously covering the things we watched the NFL very, very closely. And I was also very surprised to see the Falcons go for an offensive guard, Chris Lindstrom at Boston College at 14. We expected them to go offensive tackle. Because they signed 2 guards, as they landed on 2 guards in free agency. If the Apple starts to look off the same right now. So that was a surprise to me as well.
Well, it seems like the Falcons are probably going to make some changes around the offensive lineman and probably move some guys around. So I guess that's why they went for the guard at Boston College. How do you feel about, no secondary players and no receivers being taken off the board yet? And it's been mainly the defensive tackle show pretty much.
I think we're not picking up Josh on here. So he's asking, what do you think about the fact that none of the cornerbacks or wide receivers have been taken yet, and it's been primarily the defensive tackle show?
That is a little bit surprising too. But the cornerback position has not been very highly regarded by teammates. I think we'll see a run of them, maybe starting in the late first round, maybe tonight. If not, we'll see 2 or 3 go tomorrow. Tomorrow we do.
Okay.
As far as wide receiver, DK Metcalf, I think, is going to be the first receiver off the board. If not him, then Marquise Brown from Oklahoma. And they'll both go tonight. I think they would be surprised if they didn't. But the receiver, although it isn't real top heavy, it is extremely deep. So when the receivers start to go, and a lot of us expect that to be tomorrow, midway through the second round and into the fourth or fifth, you're going to see a massive run on receivers at that point. So there's not really, outside of Brown and Metcalf, in my opinion, there's not really 1 or 2 guys that really stand out as far as, hey, that's your guy, that's the thing of the crop. But there's a lot of talent in this receiving class that can be grabbed in day 2 or even 3.
So I just wanted to say, Bob, we just saw that the Green Bay Packers have officially, well, the Seahawks have traded their first of their 2 first-round picks to the Green Bay Packers. So the Packers have officially traded again. Or they traded up, excuse me.
Yeah, I saw that too. Green Bay expects a lot of movement throughout the draft. Not unusual for that franchise. There's always a lot of movement up and down. And they have a lot of capital to work with. It's really good. They have not the Packers are in front of this draft. There's probably, I think, there's at least 2 wide receivers, and don't be too surprised to see them dig into a great deep tight end class and probably draft an offensive lineman or 2 as well to protect them from others.
Yeah, so who do you do you see the Packers drafting? Well, who do you think the Packers should draft here? Like what position? They already took. I've already forgotten.
Truthfully, I think the really that also surprised is we saw our first receiver come off the board right now. The next guy, Marquise Brown, over the last couple of seasons, they have lost Jordan Nelson and Randy Cobb. And that's kind of a big loss. They haven't really found anybody that was very significant for free agency. Now they do have 3 experienced tight ends. And like I said a minute ago, I do expect them to draft this tight end at some point during the 2 days activity. But considering no offense just went off of the board to the Packers picked earlier, unless they kind of reach for someone like Irv Smith or Chris Sternberger for Texas A&M tight end, I kind of expect the Packers to be on first draft.
Okay, makes sense. So one of the questions that I want to ask that a lot of people are also asking is, when do we start seeing some of the replacement quarterbacks for some of the teams like, well, first off, New England, New Orleans come to mind, but certainly you have to start thinking about Pittsburgh, who did just extend Ben Roethlisberger. And also, the Packers did draft Aaron Rodgers when Brett Favre was 35, and now Aaron Rodgers is 35. You have to start thinking that Aaron Rodgers is, he's running out of time.
Yeah, and that's a good call. Everybody is talking about the next two places for Doug Breeze, and the next two places for Tom Brady. Not really many people are pointing out, but you just pointed out. There's an Aaron Rodgers a couple years younger than those guys, but he can do that where they need to do. And remember, they were still pretty high quality and one in the first round value quarterback on the board in the Rock, Gary, and the kid
Yeah, the safety just came off the board from Maryland.
Maryland.
Maryland getting a first round pick. That's interesting.
Another quarterback in West Virginia his whole career. And around Statesboro, there's been a lot of moves where they're trying to fall past the first two picks of the second round. That the Saints may try to move the future draft capital to move up to the middle career. So don't be surprised to see that kind of move. You guys know as well as everybody that is New England at the end of the draft, at the end of the first phase draft, are unpredictable with anybody. They can literally go anywhere. It wouldn't surprise me if either Greer or Watt was still on the board at 632. If New England drafts their quarterback, they're certainly not shy about drafting a young quarterback. And if Brady continues to play, they would move that young quarterback. A lot of Jimmy Garoppolo, who's now in San Francisco. Let's give the backup in Indianapolis to Cody Brissett. New England not shy about grabbing a quarterback, and if they realize that Tom Brady's going to play a few more years to make their projections, they'll move that quarterback. It's kind of like a game of franchise mode in Madden, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, we just actually saw another trade. The Ravens trade their draft pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. So, I mean, I'm very interested to see who the Eagles want to pick. I mean, this seems like very unpredictable. I mean, we don't know if we're going to stay on the defensive side of the ball, but I mean, I'm pretty sure this is where they're going to get, somebody on offense, probably a receiver sense. I mean, is Golden Tate coming back to Philadelphia?
Yeah, as Josh was just saying that the Ravens just traded their pick to Philadelphia, and he was thinking, if they maybe go wide receiver here. But at the same time, it's like, okay, now we're starting to see some trades. Why didn't we see these earlier?
I didn't believe you didn't see them earlier. And I'll admit, I was surprised by it too. This draft is considered to really be a different position. And having said that, looking at mock draft and draft projections in the week, even a couple of months leading up, you didn't see too many different names out that are breaking into the top 15. Most of the top 16, top 17 names stay the same. There's some shuffling around if you go for quarterbacks were always involved. But once you got past that top 15, top 17, you started to see some a lot of different names running out, whether it was a certain player that might be projected in the early 20s on one mock board, and then in the early third round in the other. So I have a feeling that a lot of NFL coaches and general managers feel that after the top 15, a lot of this draft is going to be feasible. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see a lot of continue to see a lot of trades over the rest of the evening and through round 2 and 3 tomorrow.
Yeah. Now we're down within the last 10 picks of the first round. I mean, surely we got to see some of the cornerbacks and the receivers coming up the board.
Not the Eagles are.
Really Williams out of LSU. DeAndre Brandon Walker, I think that's in there out of Georgia. They seem to be the top 2 contested cornerbacks. We've already talked about the believer at the top of the board as receiver. I agree with you. I am a little bit come off the board. I know Green Williams has been projected to be someone in this range.
Gonna just return it to you? I'm sorry, our helper is leaving and he's trying to communicate with us. So,
And actually, you mentioned one at the potential wide receiver here for Philadelphia. They had a bunch of injury problems in the secondary last year. I kind of expect them to get cornered this year.
yeah, I can see the, because they definitely had a lot of problems at quarterback last season. And, okay, so Goodell just,
And we got Andre Dillon, offensive tackle for Washington State.
I'm about to just give up on the receivers and cornerbacks. Uh, so this draft seemed to have started off rather predictable and then has just gone completely unpredictable in the second half. Okay. So,
and I think that they're going to you see the defensive back, there's still two safeties on the board that I absolutely love, and two linebackers that were on film that I love too. I mean, I think that this three-day draft and you can get a quality caliber player in their own 3, 4, even 5. So I expect a lot of movement.
all right. Houston is officially on the clock for their first pick of the night. What are we thinking? They can go offensive line, I think, but also they could use some help. I want to say in the running game a little bit. They did just lose.
Alpha Blue.
Yeah, they lost somebody. The judge said Alpha Blue.
Offensive line always seems to be a factor in protection. So you guys, as an offensive tackle from the University of Florida, has been protected to go around this team. You're right, we have not seen that come off the board yet. I can see that Joseph from Alabama perhaps here. He's a big group that was protected the ball well at it. Really versatile back for his size. Really think that he would be a good fit for them. I think we can all agree that the Texans defense is as solid as anybody they make. So the defense is take care of being a little bit of a surprise. Although they use cornerback to lead back in the free agency, so there is that one to play as well.
Also, they weren't able to re-sign Tyrann Mathieu, who went to Kansas City. So, okay. Outside of offensive line, where do you cornerback, obviously, offensive line, is there anyone else you think that Houston needs to go? And also, what are we thinking about J.J. Watt? He's kind of been hard to stay on the field the last few years.
Yeah, maybe Watt I'll be part of the practice. I don't know, remember what the Davion Clowney's contract is.
They re-signed him.
Wait,
Jared Johnson, defensive end out of Miami, is projected by most to be a second or third pick. We've already seen the recent based off of the cameras running. Jared Johnson is a full and a China shot from the edge positions. And he can always like to run the defender against the field.
well, I mean, kind of leads into Montez Swift from Mississippi State still being on the Blues. So, I mean, they could probably go with somebody like Montez Swift if they still have like some type of instability on the defensive line. Maybe having a hard time staying healthy and David Clowney, he had contract issues, and take go with Montez Sweat, an extra edge rusher, somebody who could really come off the edge and really make an impact on the defensive line for the Texans.
Yeah, okay. I don't think you're picking up Josh on the phone.
No, I can't. I can hear Josh talking. I apologize, Josh. I know you can hear me.
I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear.
Say your question again.
All right, so it leads me to probably somebody like Montez Sweat from Mississippi State, who's an edge rusher, and we've been seeing a lot of edge rushers taken in the first round. So, with J.J. Watt not being able to stay healthy for a full season, and somebody like David Clowney, who's had contract issues in the past, which they can go with somebody like Montez Sweat, somebody who can really set the edge and somebody who can really make an impact on the defensive line.
Okay.
About that, I apologize. I'm still having I'm trying hearing. I feel
Well,
bad.
maybe you should speak closer to the phone. So,
Hey, Bob, can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better.
All right, so I was trying to say is, what about maybe Montez Sweat, who's an edge rusher from Mississippi State? With J.J. Watt having problems in the past with injuries, David Clowney having problems with contract issues. Somebody like Montez Sweat who can really set the edge and make an impact on the defensive line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
They just got Tyus Howard from Alabama State. Oh,
wow.
he's the biggest power needs the small field guy that everybody says for the small field guy in the first round. He would be it.
I mean, he came all the way from Sweat.
Okay. Interesting. Did not expect that at all. When was the last time you saw someone from a small school go that high? Well, other than Carson Wentz.
Joe Flacco.
The Falcon was still Kansas.
Yeah, Joe Flacco went to Middlebury.
I know you were asking about edge rushers.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, and there's a couple of really good edge Speaking of small school process, I just did a story on Jamal Davis. He's really nice athlete. When I'm jumping off the first round and they're going to move into a day three. But I mean, I probably going to project at this point. I mean, we've already seen obviously both and Farrell and Josh Allen come off the board. Those are the main ones that everybody has at the top of their list. Down in the Sean Berry. Outside of that, Brian Bruce surprised me a little bit from Florida State, going high to Carolina. At this point, with the main receivers and taking the defensive that put on the board, this could actually be one of those years that you don't see a lot of edge rushers go, other than the what 4 or 5 that you just mentioned. Not really a lot of ways. He was definitely used to the hot conditions coming into the combine. The really shot report earlier today and on that was a comment. Yet he is still, he's a first-round talent, and he's still sitting on the board. He could be one of those guys that maybe they are taking a couple of picks here. If he gets the green light,
All right, Raiders are back on the board. Or second pick, I'm going to say. Second and 3.
This is second pick. So
And who did they select the first time around?
it was Clelin Farrell from Clemson.
All right. Do you think they stay on the defensive side of the ball, or do you think they help Carr out a little bit?
They need to help Carr out. This is where you need to see a receiver to take it off the board in this pick right here. They need to help out Carr. They got to. Well, this is probably they'll probably get Irv Smith from Alabama. We might see Irv Smith come off the board because you know they just lost Jared Cook to the Saints. They let Jared Cook walk.
Yep.
Probably have to be a little bit stronger in the upper body to be a really effective blocker, but his technique and willingness to do so are both there. And yeah, I can see the Raiders doing well. It's just guaranteed what the Raiders really are and unpredictable. Yeah, watch the different spot and you guys, you watch the team, the Raiders team the last couple of years. They have all kinds of needs in the secondary. I think maybe you see the first corner that come off of the field. Really, the only spot that I think would be able to help for the Raiders, you would think, would be wide receiver. Because we do have control and two other stars and so wide receivers to David Carr. Tight end would make sense. Running back would make sense. Sean Lynch retired. So you could see Jacobs from Alabama come off of the board now.
Yeah. Okay, so the Raiders pick is in, and let's see, we're at number 24. So we're getting pretty close to the end now. Inside the final 10. Who's this? Who are they showing me right now?
They're showing the draft moments. They're showing it to me that Ezekiel Elliott was drafted in 2016.
Okay, so Ezekiel. I really expect them to go still stay on the defensive side, but at the same time, like you said, Bob, they're not the most logical team out there. And I'm surprised that they have kept the. Well, they still got two picks left in this first round, so who knows? But Gruden in the past has just been quarterback happy, and he never seems satisfied with the quarterbacks he ends up getting too. So that's kind of
As good as Derek Carr is, I mean, he needs to be satisfied with Derek Carr. He carried that offense as best as he could in the season.
well. I mean, John Gruden didn't exactly have the best quarterback in Tampa Bay, and he kept adding them all the time.
That is true.
I think
One he did have a Super Bowl winning quarterback in Brad Johnson.
whatever.
Just,
I mean, he won the Super Bowl, and that's about it. But that defense won the Super Bowl. Okay, Raiders selection is in. Let's see what the Goodell has to say.
Josh Jacobs.
All right, our first running back.
Bob, you called it. Josh Jacobs is off the board. First running back taken in the draft.
Still no receivers, still no cornerback.
But this is a good pick for the Raiders. They got a running back to replace Marshawn Lynch, who just retired. So they got a running back that can give some help to Derek Carr.
He's probably not as strong as he is. He's got good inside yardage. Coming all the way to Oakland Cleveland doesn't have a very offensive line. He's probably good in draft. At some point in the draft, it's not the Jacobs who is good running back.
Yeah, so you think that Jacobs is going to do well because I don't know. Alabama's been kind of hit and miss when it's come to their running backs.
Trent Richardson would be a good example.
Trent Richardson. Eddie Lacy was a little bit of a disappointment for Green Bay.
Mark A. He was a late bloomer coming into the league. You know, it took him a while for him to come into his own.
So I'm skeptical of the Bama running backs.
TJ Yeldon, who hasn't really provided a whole lot of progress.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit rigid, in the game of running back. Mark Ingram was very Green Bay, one. I feel like Trent Richardson would not take the back, but Eddie Lacy was good. You could just never ball keep it right there. You could need every motivation. And when you really think you could out of the league, motivation is such control.
So, how would you rate the Raiders? Like, you know, if you were to give the Raiders a grade right now, what draft grade would you give them based off their first 2 picks? All right, Bob, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, if you were to give the Raiders a draft grade right now, what grade would you give them based off their first 2 picks? The Raiders. Yeah.
But I really like this dude. He's going to be an NFL player. As I just mentioned, the dude outside of it, Alabama's good enough for running back. I think he does fill in the need for them. And there wasn't really another considerable running back to the list. I really have to see the Raiders a solid team right now. Because they're filling needs along their roster. It's kind of questionable, especially if they're comparing them before. It's kind of questionable when they're doing it. I mean, each NFL front office has their reasons, and obviously the barrel was a lot higher than anybody else. So they went out and got their guys, kind of give them credit for that. And they definitely still a lot of these through agency as well. You can't forget that. And then they have to break those names, but these names are still people that have been hanging around. And players like that. So they feel like they're right now. I want to look through my AFC. Number 2, the AFC is the least. It seems to be a fluid situation of the year. So the Raiders are very late out the year. As much as we have always liked to make fun of them in recent years, they have absolutely stuck to it.
Yeah, you was talking about the AFC East. I mean, what do you think about the Jets? They seem to have a plan, but I don't know about execution. They did notably add, obviously, Le'Veon Bell this offseason. And another big signing was C.J. Mosley.
Yeah. I like it. I like the move that they're making. Again, they're very similar to the Raiders. They have made big name players. But these big name players are still there within their prime. C.J. Mosley, Le'Veon Bell are 2 players that are just coming into their second time. So we want those that are some of the players that are in the prime right now. And they're making those concentrated efforts to surround the young quarterback, Sam Darnold, with a bona fide playmaker. And I love their draft pick in 2021. The consensus #1 defensive tackle on the board. I mean, he's a big man who is quick and light on his feet. He's going to be hiding over in the middle of that defense. And that's going to make DJ Mosley's job that much better as a linebacker. Because Williams is going to beat up 2 to 3 blocks on every play. He's going to beat Mosley's room to run and keep out the ball first and have 6 to 7. So I'd like to see the Jets add the speed receiver. Darnold is a Ben Darnold is a run for an arm. You can get the ball in the corner of the field. They need a consistent deep threat at playmaker. They have a lot of intermediate, quick guys, guys that are consistently take the top off the defensive wide receiver. So I'd like to see them have Burner there, and maybe dig a little bit deeper, and pluck a tight end out of the deep spot too.
All right, the Ravens pick is in. What do you think we're going to
I think
Ravens are always going to the big team guys.
do? Yeah, I was just thinking that who is Lamar Jackson going to pass to?
that's a really good question.
No, correction, Bob.
John Brown is in Buffalo.
Yeah, John Brown's in Buffalo. So they don't have Crabtree nor Brown anymore.
Okay, I apologize.
So-
But I don't know if I want to go into the 2016 as my number one wide receiver. I'm going to say DK Metcalf is going to be the fifth one.
It's actually Marquise Brown from Oklahoma.
At least he was in the receiver.
Hollywood Browns look like they like to call him.
Yeah, so okay, so they picked Marquise Brown out of Oklahoma. I mean, is he good or is he more a product of the system? He's catching.
Here's a project of the system. Modified running too. My age a little bit like using that terminology. But he had NFL bloodline. Has been coming out. He does have nice hands, and he's terrific in the open field. I'd be kind of question any receiver that comes out of Oklahoma because they don't run a real defensive route too. It'll be interesting to see what all the offense can do with him. I mean, on paper, it tells me, as you guys pointed out, and I apologize, I didn't realize that they had lost John Brown too. Losing both Browns and Michael Crabtree, they definitely need to come out of this one wide receiver. So they could cut that loss. Marquise Brown certainly doesn't have confidence. That's the score of something we like to see for the wide receiver spot.
Okay, so it should be interesting to see how Brown does in Baltimore because with the situation with Lamar Jackson, I mean, Jackson surprised the league last year, but coming out and being Michael Vick times 2. But some people, especially his coaches, seem to think that he could potentially develop his passing game. And quite frankly, he needs to if he wants to play in this league for extended time. And he can't really keep playing the way he played last season and expect to stay healthy.
You're absolutely right. Some NFL defenses have had a full offseason to watch Lamar Jackson on tape, and to watch where he likes to go when he does play in the pocket, which is a very limited radius. So yes, to that one thing, sort of took the lead by the last year. It isn't going to be there this year. He's going to take a lot more time. Like the Lions, the rest of it. I don't care how tough you are, that is going to keep taking toll on your body. You mentioned that this and some RG3 have to stand back with here in Washington. And he's had a defense on an off-season studying his chemistry. You never really progress to the pocket passer. Look at his career.
So the Colts just made a trade to the Washington Redskins. Why is that?
Redskins might do another receiver here. Like we talked about a few minutes ago, when you start seeing receivers go off the board, They seem to go in bunches. They just got their quarterback in one direction, but they lost three of their others. Very reliable possession target. We can still fast enough to take the top off of defense. I'm kind of always of the philosophy that unless you already have a deep line that you look for, if you draft a young quarterback, you want a receiver to develop with him. So if you can grab one, you grab it. So I sort of expect to see some good receiver here, follow up from the second round pick, and maybe
I don't know. What do you think about N'Keal Harry of Arizona State? I'm surprised he hasn't got off the board either.
I love Harry. He's a big guy who can really move. Not a lot of people that the general football fan isn't really familiar with Harry because he played at Arizona State. So they weren't on a lot of his time TV, a lot of specific coach time games. So that's stayed up until 1 or 2. He threw a ball in the morning. You didn't see a lot of AI, but he is a good fit. A lot of people have him, slotted for late first time or early second in that receiving group to be projected to be drafted in that area. He'd be a good fit in Washington, D.C. Good hands. He's got really good hands and a good athletic ability to a big receiver.
All right. Let's see what Washington does. Down to the final 6 picks and still no quarterbacks.
It must be one of those years. To be honest with you, Mario, I was kind of breaking down different there weren't a lot of cornerbacks that jumped off the page to me. The guy I do kind of like out of Vanderbilt, the one Williams. He's a big guy. Even though he's still good, the athleticism but the problem with every cornerback that I watched them film with the draft, they all have major flaws. Really wasn't starting to tackle. And that's not a reason not to draft cornerbacks who think other corners in recent years have kind of tried away from tackling. But Williams out of Vanderbilt, he gets a lot. He doesn't have great zone awareness. He kind of gets lost and can kind of give up on blown coverage with his zone coverage. Even though he's a good man in the the kid out of Georgia, DeAndre, he kind of has thick hips. So smaller, quicker receiver can kind of get them turned around in a circle. Like I said, the quarterback is weak. I have broken down. Each one of them have a major threat that are obviously driving NFL teams away. Because we've all seen in years past how cornerbacks are taking multiple cornerbacks are taking 10 and 20. The teams will have to trade them around a good bit. And it's just the opposite position. They seem to be very space.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really surprised about that. I mean, I didn't expect cornerbacks to dominate the first round, but I expected a few of them if they go in the first round. But there is now officially a chance that does not happen. That they all fall to the second round or later.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And another guy, Ivan, and I'm in this is the one that I'm a little surprised his name hasn't been brought up, at least the fact that he's dropped. Trayvon Mullen has something. He's a 4-4 guy. He's lean, but he's tall. He's about 6'2", but a really fluid athlete. You can talk about the outside bounds again. He's doing every pick up too. Julian Love for another day is another guy I think projected anywhere between late first and early third. Wild projections on both receivers and cornerbacks. It's been a long time since I've seen that.
All right, so the Redskins pick is in. I think we all expecting wide receiver here, and I guess we're just waiting on Tweedledee to take the stage now.
Tweedledee or Tweedledum?
He's 2-1.
Yeah. Tweedledum.
Are you guys a little bit surprised that Drew Lock, quarterback out of Missouri, is still on the board?
I'm actually not surprised. I kind of saw Drew Lock going second or third round, so it wasn't really a big surprise to me that Drew Lock wasn't picked yet.
I don't know. Oakland still has one more pick.
Yeah, Gruden is quarterback happy.
Let's see. Selection is in.
Montez Sweat is finally off the board. So it looks like he'll be joining forces with Ryan Kerrigan on that defensive line.
Again, defensive line still continues to dominate the first round. And not too surprising, really.
And Montez Sweat ran a 4.41 on the 40-yard dash. So if I'm an offensive tackle, I should, be afraid of Montez Sweat.
Sweat, I tell you that was a really good player, and as long as he's giving the same bill of health, we talked about right before the combine as a top 10 talent. Some of the young kids, he sets the edge pretty well against the run, and most importantly in today's game, he can really get around the edge well. He has a good bend around the edge, but has a good ball up move too. Pretty versatile for a defensive line.
Okay, the Raiders are up.
And this is their third pick, so they have another chance to hit around the head.
We'll see. I do still think that the Raiders could use some help in the secondary. Really, their defense is kind of stunk last season, especially seeing how they traded like Khalil Mack.
And Amari Cooper. They didn't trade for Khalil Mack, they let him walk.
They traded him.
They traded him.
Yeah, they got 2 draft picks out of it. 2 first rounds.
I thought they let him walk. But if the Redskins would see the Washington Redskins, if I'll give them a grade, I'll probably give them an A. They got a quarterback because I don't think Case Keenum can do the job. I mean, me and John agreed on that. And then they got a deadly pass rusher in Montez Sweat. I mean, and like you said, if given a clean bill of health, Montez Sweat is, he's set to do a lot of damage in this league. I mean, you got a big edge rusher that can run a 4.41. I mean, this guy's going to lay a path of destruction in this league.
So the Raiders are sitting there in the West, which you got the Chargers who are really talented, unless they play the Patriots. You got Denver who now has Flacco, and their defense is taking some hits, but they're still pretty solid in my mind. And of course, you got Kansas City who has explosive offense even without Kareem Hunt. It looks like Tyreek Hill is going to stick around. It looks like he's getting off of whatever charges they had against him. But Kansas City really seems to have stepped up and made a run on defense this offseason with signings like Tyrann Mathieu and gosh, I just made one.
They just made that trade for
Oh yeah, Frank Clark.
And the Raiders pick is in.
Oh, this should be interesting to see what the Raiders pick, but it looks like they're going to drag it out as usual. So, what do you think the Raiders can do to be more competitive in the AFC West?
I think it all these pieces come together quickly, and they manage to find a way to keep David Cross upright and on the field. I think the Raiders can make some noise in the division. I know a lot of people always talk about how talented the Chargers are, and they do. They have a talented roster, but I've always felt like the Chargers have been missing something, and I like to kind of repeat that the two factors of the Chargers are missing apart. We think when you this at home. Yeah, and Chiefs, the Chiefs are a video game. Yeah, they put the passer on the ground quite a bit. They give up tons of space. Yet they can force on the field.
That is a perfect analogy.
I did the AMA that during the 90s. I really see that consistently bring lots of serving and unpredictable divisions. I think the Raiders can make them a run for the top. I mean, remember, just 2 years ago, this team was a playoff. They're a hot neck bench.
Yeah.
And we'll see what they do to fix that now.
So they got safety Jonathan Abram out of Mississippi State. So that's 2 straight players from Mississippi State drafted. They got 3 guys from Mississippi State in the first round.
Yeah, Josh was saying that go ahead.
Mississippi State was actually projected to go high, if not first. And it makes you wonder why they couldn't make a run in the SEC. I mean, Jonathan Abram, in my opinion, he's not much of a safety. He's a real stumper. He's an inside the box guy. I wouldn't put him in a single high safety role, but if you did come and nail off the ball, over the top coverage, and he's in a double safety, and you're only responsible for half of the field,
And I'm just watching like how he can just cover the whole field, how he can go across field. And you know, by looking at his film, I mean, you're right. He's more of an inside the box guy. He's that type of guy. Like defensive packages, he put him in there with with the linebackers, with the deep, with the defensive linemen to be able to make plays. Kind of like I'm like, would you say he could be like a younger version of Kurt Coleman? As far as contributing to stopping the run and getting to the ball carrier. He can lay that hit.
He was asking
If Jonathan Abram, do you feel that he's more like a younger version of maybe Kurt Coleman, just the way that he's more of an inside the box guy, not much coverage, but more inside the box to where he can contribute to stopping the run.
Part of the Coleman comparison, going to use Abram as a defensive coordinator. I think he's an outstanding run stopper. Diagnosis and performing really well. I would not put him probably the biggest weakness would be if you ask him to move outside of an athletic tight end or a third line block. That's where he's going to struggle. Dropper in a single high it's taking away.
Yeah.
He's more of a flat function inside the block. And if they were going to drop him back, he's going to drop him back in the pros. It's going to be in a too high safety, where you don't have to cover deep sideline to sideline. You only have to watch a couple of segments of the field either in zone coverage or half the field is over the top lane coverage to help out his man.
I mean, safe to say, you wouldn't put Jonathan Abram against a guy like a Jimmy Graham or a Gerald Cook or a Noah Fant.
No, absolutely not. You struggle, like you struggle if you got to play that.
I mean, Jonathan Abram, he's very athletic. I'm pretty sure John Green is going to know like how to use him. He's going to know what to do with him on that field.
What's that?
But I'm pretty sure John Green is going to have the perfect, as far as package to put Jonathan Abram in and how to use him to the best of his abilities.
Oh yeah, I agree. And these NFL coaches to say, okay, this is the guy that I need from my team, and this is the guy that doesn't do it as well. And some of us just sit here in the analyst role are saying, wow, this safety is better than this safety. Well, we really need to do that. We're going to want for that extra guy down the box that he was talking about. And if it's in a face that they use him in a man-to-man coverage role, then somebody should be hired for that staff because that's not where the best tackle for people want.
Now the Chargers are on the clock right now. Who do you feel like? Where do you feel the Chargers have needs at on their team? Like, who do you feel would be a good acquisition for them?
Chargers are going to be interesting. I'm kind of expecting to go linebackers is weak for this team. They have two playmakers along the defensive line. They seem to feel pretty confident in the secondary. But a linebacker, a sideline to sideline, every down linebacker is something that they're kind of wrong. Offensively, including they still have Gates. In the free agent or contract on the last couple of years, they kind of let him play out. And then they found him in a team-friendly deal. They probably put the team in
They did lose Tyrell Williams at wide receiver. So you think they could probably go receiver for this pick?
the receiver for them.
You think they can probably go receiver? I think because they lost Tyrell Williams, I believe.
I don't think that would be a bad move. It's anything to help out your quarterback. Let's put it like anything throughout the NFL roster. Defensively, keeping points out the board is going to help the quarterback. I mean, the Chargers have one taking offensive skill position high and looks as good as extremely high. When they're sitting at the tail end of the first half, like this, we traditionally seem to focus on the front line. A quarterback here, they just show a picture of Drew Lock now. I think if I'm seeing I'm always going to talk. If I'm calling, I don't know that I'm going to move to them yet. I think Philip really his game doesn't seem to be superior. He's not in those games. He's not 40 years old like Tom Brady, or Drew Brees, or injured they made like Aaron Rodgers. And he looks like he's very excited. Rivers came out in that same quarterback pass that Eli Manning. So they're still going strong. I think Phillips forward is strong. That's just taking quarterback here. I could see the Rockets behind them, but I still would be a pretty slide.
Well, the pick is in right now, so we just gotta see, who the Chargers are taking. And after the Chargers, Seattle got 2 straight picks, so maybe Seattle did have something up their sleeve earlier in the draft when they did make some trades to go lower. Maybe they see players that they want to get. I feel that this is where it's going to get like completely unpredictable as far as the Chargers with the Seahawks.
Well, we shall see.
Yeah,
And they got Jerry Tillery, defensive tackle from Notre Dame.
Another defensive lineman.
This has been the D-line show tonight.
It really has. But
And what's still on the board, DeAndre Baker still on the board, Greedy Williams still on the board, and DK Metcalf and N'Keal Harry still on the board.
I tell you, Jerry Tillery is a good player, though. He had some, the Saints interviewed him pretty extensively in the pre-draft process because he does have some character right side. A lot of them are disciplinary young college kids and college kids kind of thing. He's actually really stuck in there. Probably needs to develop a more well-rounded athletic even as an interior more effective. You get a command double team blocking and he handles it well. You do the couple pounds.
All right, I'm going to go with the words that Chris Tucker said on Rush Hour. I don't know what you can feed this boy, but this dude is too damn big. He's 6'6", weighing 295 pounds. Like, defensive tackle, he's definitely going to be a force to reckon with, especially on the NFL defensive line. He's still a 95, but he don't look too much a 95 at all.
The Seattle Seahawks now officially have 2 back-to-back picks here in the first round. They traded out the last one.
I mean, the Seahawks. Seahawks in another trade. Throughout history, I can't think of a lot of different occasions where teams had back-to-back picks in a round, in the early round, and they kept them. If they used either or both, the remembering got you just pointed out a couple minutes ago, I think it's that really pretty big gap that you said that they would have to fill. And I mean, last year they did a nice job making a run to the playoffs, making a run into the playoffs. Rebuilding that young defense, I think it's safe to say, in fact, maybe every member of that defense team, good defense. Years ago, just about every member is gone or one shot. So, you have to say that edge rusher would be at the top of the Seahawks right now.
I mean, a good edge rusher, I would say, would be Jacob Polite from Florida. I mean, he's still on the board, and honestly, I feel Jacob Polite should have been first round. And I feel that, if the Seahawks were to use both of these picks, I feel that one of them should be on Jacob Polite. I mean, he's the type of guy he can really be a force to reckon with on the edge, and I feel that he can really probably help spark that light back into Legion of Boom. Probably bring Legion of Boom 2.0 back to Seattle. I really feel that Jacob Light has that type of potential.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there are a few. There's a few guys that I think if you don't have to say, and I think we hit this projection to be and Cameron Ferguson has some nice edge rushers close to the Chase Winovich from Michigan. Early in the process, before coming in the combine, Winovich was actually being mentioned as possible move for round pick. We mentioned Joe Jackson from Miami. There's a few guys that might be a leap on comfortability. But if you have a home field, especially if you have the luxury of 2 back-to-back picks like this, you can reach, my opinion, you can reach on at least one of them, and then kind of just stop with the other.
So we're talking about Seattle right now. So, the Legion of Boom's gone. And the last member of that, Earl Thomas.
Bobby Wagner.
Well, yeah, okay, Bobby Wagner, but he's a linebacker. Legion of Boom is really referring to the secondary.
Sherman's in San Fran, Thomas is in Baltimore, and Chancellor, he's not playing anymore because of his injury.
Yeah, and Brian Maxwell was in Philly for a while. Is there any point where they start to try to rebuild the Legion of Boom? Why they still have I would think preferably why they still have Russell Wilson in his prime.
Yeah, and because Russell Wilson's injury is it's never a bad thing. It's not a guy. I used to have that offensive line every year of Wilson's career. It seems like he's always happy to make plays with his legs. So, offensive line, again, if you don't keep that fit, you're in a really different place around the defensive end, and you need somebody to either help protect Russell Wilson or do things in the down the field or target down the field. I don't think we talked about drafting the wide receiver high in many years. Nothing on
Seattle, they're coaching under the clock. And Seattle, I guess they put a whole lot of consideration into this. I guess they're trying to figure out who they're going to be picking for both their picks.
That could be. And something you prepared in space. You remember how dynamic this Seattle offense was early in Wilson's career when they had Percy Harvin.
Marshawn
Percy
Lynch.
wasn't, Percy was a real dynamic threat in the open field with the ball in his hand. He wasn't the fastest route runner, but he was used on a lot of static plays. He was using some out of the backfield. And there are two players that people are considering that do it when they do their NFL player comparison. Two players on the draft reminding of Percy. Either family from South Carolina and Parrot Campbell out of Ohio State. Both of those guys are real dynamic. Again, both need to refine their route running. They can be used many different spots other than the offensive formation. So if you're going to kind of go out of the realm, out of the bottom of the position, and see a lot of those two guys to do.
All right, so the pick is there. We'll see. Clearly, Seattle kept this pick. All right, so the pick is there.
They used the whole clock.
Clearly, Seattle kept this pick. Well, they're probably keeping their trade options open because they've traded mostly twice already. Once right before the draft and once during the options open.
I wouldn't be surprised if they get two defensive players in those back-to-back picks. To be honest, I mean, I'm guessing that management wants to build Legion of Boom, and so I wouldn't be surprised if they get back-to-back picks with the 29th and the 30th pick of the draft. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they get back-to-back picks with the 29th and the 30th pick of the draft.
You guys think they keep both of these picks? Do you use both of these picks?
I wouldn't be surprised. I think they keep both of the picks. I mean, of course, they're going to be trading at least one of them away. I really think they'll keep both the picks because my best guess is that Seattle is trying to once again be a top competitor in the NFC West, knowing how deadly the Rams are, especially having Jared Goff and Todd Gurley and Sean McVay at the helm. And so, the teams in the AFC West, I see they're trying to fire all cylinders as far as this draft is concerned and in the offseason.
I think they keep both the picks. I would not be surprised if they traded the second pick on the 30th. But yeah, I definitely think when they're drafting this low, I would think they keep both picks, especially seeing how they lacked the passing game last year, as well as not the best secondary. Not terrible, but not the best either. They definitely have some flaws on both sides of the ball that were a key factor in their loss to Dallas.
Yeah, Seattle, I kind of hate Seattle in the draft.
We've seen a couple of safeties come off the board. And there's two safeties I love. One Thornhill from Virginia, Gardner Johnson from Florida. They're both more adopted guys. They are pick up an athletic tight end or third line receiver in the slot. And they play as a single high safety from side to side with two. Good ball hawking, big feet, and athletic, good cover, athleticism, and short area. So while we might not see a quarterback come off the board with either one of these two picks, they lost Earl Thomas and they have lost Cam Chancellor in recent years. And both of those safeties, they built that defense around, at least on that back end. They made Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor were the type of safety the complemented each other pretty well. But they gave the cornerbacks Richard Sherman and Brandon Brown so much confidence to be aggressive close to the line of scrimmage. So, yeah, that's where the good athletic can do sitting on the back end. And like I said, Thornhill and Sergeant Johnson are both very technical. I love them when I was breaking down the
Yeah, so this pick seems to be taken for.
Seattle is just, oh my God, I kind of hate Seattle. Huh?
They're just dragging this out for commercial purposes. It seems like they're trying to make up for lost commercial time earlier in the draft.
Yeah.
One or two things: either Seattle has already made their pick like minutes, like maybe like 5 minutes ago, or Seattle still has not made a pick. It says pick is in, but Seattle hasn't used the whole clock. They probably not ready to make their pick yet.
That's possible. One pick could be in, and they're still working out the trade details on the other. Or it could be, like you said, it could be as simple as they guys just kind of slow down. We have TV time from midnight or whatever. Lunch. We're even midnight now on the East Coast. So.
Yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock here.
I was pretty shocked when John told me that you stayed all the way on the East Coast out there in Philly.
I have you probably overheard in the background, right? I have a little 2-year-old son and somehow he stayed in that.
Well, I mean, he's young. I mean, the older he gets, the more he'll be able to handle.
Josh was also saying that he was a bit surprised to find out that you're in the middle of Eagles country.
In the middle of what?
Eagles country.
Yeah.
You're a Saints fan in the middle of, in the heart of Eagles country.
After everything the Saints have put them through, I take my hat off to you to be in that hostile territory.
It's hard to interesting so usually when I get reactions around here, not only or are other things, well, I don't mind that. That's usually a reaction. But the funny thing was, I actually grew up. I love the big coming up, but I also love the color of Broncos. And that usually created a little bit more emotion. They're two conference. That way, feeling a couple of playoff runs. Yeah, that would have boosted a more colorful response from people often.
Now, if you told them that you covered the Cowboys, you'll probably get lynched if you were like a Cowboys fan or a Redskins fan or a Giants fan. I'm just saying, just the fact that you cover the Saints count your blessings, because if you were a fan of like the Cowboys, God be with you. Just saying.
I could only think, and as we know, Cowboys fans throughout the nation, there are such an extreme of every middle ground. There's people that love it. But yeah, you're right.
And the Seahawks election is in.
Finally, feels like it
And
turned.
they got L.J. Collier, defensive back from TCU.
The fact that TCU has a first round draft pick on the defensive side of the ball is a bit surprising.
Yeah, TCU hasn't really been known for that defense over the years. I mean, considering they're in the Big 12.
Ever since they moved to the Big 12, TCU has had a drop off tremendously.
Big 12 doesn't have defense. And the Seahawks traded their 30th pick to the Giants. So the Giants got a third draft pick.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, this draft is getting a little fun. So now the Giants are on the clock, so apparently there's somebody that the Giants want. So the Giants, they really have to hit this third pick on the head.
That was great.
Looks like the Giants made the pick. So that was just about to say.
Yeah, pick is already in. Giants not wasting any time. They know what they want.
Considering how long that last pick took by Seattle, it looks like you're right. They're working on trade agreements for the 30th pick because that happened pretty quick. And okay,
Yeah, Roger,
that's,
already back on stage.
that's exactly what they were doing. That's exactly why it took so long.
DeAndre Baker is finally off the board.
Okay, so Grady Williams may actually fall out of the first round.
Possibly, most likely. I mean, there's 2 picks left in the first round. But, I mean, John, you called it earlier that DeAndre Baker could be most likely going to get picked before Grady Williams. So, and he was the first Georgia defensive back to win the Jim Thorpe Award. So, big ups to DeAndre Baker. And,
Baker is a solid player.
and the
Quarterback, and another mission was Williams did come. We wanted to go earlier. We've been talking about Grady Williams and all a couple different times. DeAndre Baker is definitely a more complete quarterback than either one of them.
And also, the Rams just traded their pick to the Falcons.
But that,
Rams just traded their 31st pick to the Falcons.
yeah, I just thought it.
Then pick is in already. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, DeAndre Baker, my opinion, he has really good ball skills. That kick is good in there. He's a little bit different. Yeah, he needs to get a good jam on his receiver. Because if his receiver gets a free run on him, he can be turned around. That's what I thought of him. But he's gonna be a big quarterback. And they're gonna see these wide receivers. They're pretty good size too. And Des Bryant is in Dallas. And they have a wide receiver in Dallas. So he's gonna have to match up well.
And so when you look at these Giants picks, you know, they have 3 first-round draft picks. And the Giants are a team that's trying to rebuild for the future. How would you grade the New York Giants for the first round of the NFL draft? What grade would you give the Giants?
The Giants are softening. I'll be honest. And again, they're on paper, they're checking off the boxes of their biggest needs. I think everybody knew they were going to do quarterback. Either that quarterback for the majority or all of the 2019 season. I think that they reached a little bit for Damian Jones. The problem is that Jones is a man that could have, in my opinion, they could have traded that to have that be in the top 10. And got him at the 12-13 range and pick up a couple of additional picks. How about where else did it go? Dexter Lawrence from Clemson. As far as Lawrence is going to be a plugger in the middle, he's going to take up blocking, but he's not going to be a dynamic kind of defensive tackle. When Lawrence is 2, was Aaron Donald is now some ranking in the 1. Yeah, Lawrence was more of a space eater, the kind of guy that would go late first round, early second on him.
All right, the Falcons have picked, and here is the commissioner.
They got Caleb McGarry, offensive tackle out of Washington.
Interesting.
That's interesting. So they used 2 of their first round picks on offensive linemen. And it seems that they're just trying to add depth to their offensive line. As far as to further protect Matt Ryan next season.
Well, it didn't surprise me with the Falcons' address offensive line. We pretty much expected them to do exactly that. Where I was surprised, and I think we talked about it when you guys first brought me on, when we were talking about the difference problems early on the first round. I expected them to go offensive tackle at number 14. Because in the 2 weeks, they had to brought in two different offensive guards, both of them are starting caliber. Carpenter, the bona fide starter in this league, and Jamon Brown was expected to be a starter. And now when you draft Lindstrom, which is a pick of 14 at guard, you pick a guy that high in the offensive line, you expect him to start right after. So, I mean, the fact that they traded back into the first round to get an offensive tackle, that part didn't surprise me. It was just surprising to me that they didn't address that at pick number 14.
Right now, New England's on the clock. Who do you think? New England is very unpredictable. But in your opinion, who do you feel like would be a good fit for the New England Patriots?
I think the New England Patriots should be lost here. I do. And we all talked about it a little bit earlier tonight. It's not unusual to ever see the Patriots do anything, really. There's nothing they do here. But they have not spent any hesitation to draft on the quarterback in the past. We've got to give credit to Tom Brady because there have been other veteran quarterbacks over the years that have been outwardly threatened when their team has picked their quote-unquote successor. But Brady seems to take it all in stride. He outlasts every other guy that they bring in, and the Patriots do a great job of recognizing that, and ended up, they've ended up trading Garoppolo and becoming success in the draft. The Patriots have lead on their team, sure. They're also really surprising that they allowed somebody else to trade in for this pick and pick up a couple of late day 2 or early day 3 picks. But if they're going to keep it, I thought that my betting line is going to be lost. Or Will Greer. We haven't mentioned him in a little bit either. From the quarterback from the team.
I projected Will Greer to go somewhere in the second round. I didn't really project him first round. I mean, when he first declared, in the beginning of the college football season, I had Will Greer projected first round. I actually had it projected as a Heisman candidate. But as the season went on, and I kind of had projected Greer going second round because of all the other talent in the first round. So, if Will Greer does not get drafted or Drew Lock doesn't get drafted tonight, then it would be a big shocker to me. Because with these teams, they're picking based off of their needs and they're picking based off who they feel is the best on the board, for their fit.
We started to talk about Watt earlier. And you mentioned he didn't mention team as much. I told you already, I was with him, he's real career fan. But I'm like you, I haven't projected to go second round. And obviously, we're one pick away from his position. But if you're going to compare the 2 quarterbacks, and if you're comparing Drew Lock and Will Greer, I would feel much more confident with my team drafting career. I feel he's not only more NFL ready in the year, but has the higher upside as well.
We're approaching 2 years left on the clock for the New England Patriots, and never New England Patriots have usually they have a first round pick because they usually always pick late in the first round, and it's pretty much New England just playing with house money at this point. And that's until Tom Brady does eventually retire. And then that's when New England has to be serious about, okay, who's going to be the successor? How are we going to rebuild this team? Because New England, they kind of at points where they have to rebuild because, of course, they don't have Danny Amendola, of course. They don't have Rob Gronkowski anymore. Tom Brady is getting older. He'll be 42 years old in August, so we're not sure how much he has left in the tank. And so I think it's time for New England to start getting a little more serious and to get out of the mindset of just playing with house money and just actually take the draft a little bit more serious because Tom Brady's not going to be playing forever. He's not. I mean, the Patriots may think that, but he's not. So I think the Patriots need to start really thinking about the future of this team.
Yeah, I don't see. Tom Brady said he wants to play until he's 45, but if you looked at last season, there was definitely some times where Tom Brady just looked old.
Yeah, until you put him in the playoffs in clutch situations.
And then the Super Bowl happened, and he went forward again. It's just even though he completed 71% of his passes, they still only scored 13 points, and that's because he was just off.
And then he was going against a mediocre Rams defense that was, this Rams defense was hyped up, in the beginning of the season, and they looked like the best defense in the league on paper until you put them on the field, and they're just absolutely mediocre. And you let them keep you to 13 points. So, but then again, AFC Championship game, you put him in overtime against the Chiefs, and he looked like young Brady again.
Yeah, and remember during that Kansas City game, they were lousy weather conditions. That's probably even more.
N'Keal Harry, wide receiver, Arizona, the first wide receiver to come off the board.
Second.
Second wide receiver.
Yeah.
I forgot. Marquise Brown was the first one with Baltimore.
Interesting pick. I wanted to tight end, but I guess the best tight ends are already off the board.
Larry Smith is still on that board.
They are, but I was sort of, even when you're sitting here talking to the quarterback, I'm still sitting there in the back of my mind thinking Irv Smith would be a good fit in that offense. But looking at it, obviously the Patriots are going to have Jordan Edelman coming back, but they lost Chris Colgate in free agency to the Carolina Panthers. He was a pretty big part of that offense. The Patriot receivers have all been clumsy with each other over the years. But Hogan was one of those guys. Harry was a big kid, though. He was a big kid to move. Now, one of the thoughts that Randy Moss kind of see, but that's okay because, like you pointed out, Brady's skills, physical skills have deteriorated a little bit. So he is not that same guy that was weighing the ball 40 and 50 yards downfield to Randy Moss. He's the kind of guy that needs to pepper defenses on the short and intermediate route. And Harry was a pretty obviously get on the same page pretty quickly. But I think his skill set provides an interesting facet to that Patriot offense.
Yeah. So we have officially reached the end of the first round. Second round starts tomorrow at 6 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock Eastern. What do you think? What are you thinking for the second round and the third round? I can assume that we should have cornerbacks flying off the board now.
Yeah, I absolutely can see that. All lines are going to be on the two quarterbacks that weren't taken tonight. Locke, some people, many people had projected in the top 10 and 15. I'm going to be on where Locke goes and where Will Greer goes. Outside the next quarterback, Greedy Williams, we talked about tonight, was projected to go in the second half of the first round, and he's still on the board. The edge rusher is out of the draft. There's still a couple of names out there. And there's a wide receiver. We saw the top two consensus top two tight ends were Hawkins and the fan out of Iowa. There's still some nice skills tight ends on the board. And receivers who come off the board in the first round. Don't be surprised to see a big time run on wide receivers early in that second round.
Now, in the second round, I can also see defense continue to dominate. I mean, this draft was pretty deep on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, no question about it. And you know, we really, after the two Devin White and Devin Bush, we heard no more linebackers being named. You know, and there are two linebackers absolutely loving this draft. Jermaine Pratt out of NC State and Rashawn Joseph out of Florida. Those have second round abilities. They might step into the because they aren't a highlighted position. They aren't wide receiver or a quarterback or a pass rusher. Matt Wilson out of Alabama was projected by many to be a late first round pick, and he's still on the board. So those are a few good linebackers. All three they have their own skill sets. They're the kind of guys with ability that can take a good play inside or outside depending on the team. And they can stay on the field on that team. They're the some interesting players to do as well.
Okay. I'm starting to think that 4 hours is enough for us. It's okay. I guess what time can we expect you back tomorrow? Because you're going to come on. I know at least to talk to the Saints pick and a few others.
I would love to join you guys tomorrow. What time do you expect? Is it 7 or 8 or you guys are thinking, right?
It's 6 o'clock here, 7 there.
7 o'clock here. Okay. I don't know. We could certainly text. I definitely plan on joining you after the stage to kind of run that down. But unless you move up, don't be surprised if you because as of right now, we're still late in the round with 62 overall. But wherever you think that I could definitely jump on it again. And I could probably check in with you. The first 10 or 12 picks to come in the first round, because that's we're all kind of all through it. Like expect the receivers and cornerback on the first round. Like it's definitely going to pop in a couple of different times on these guys if you want.
Yeah, we'd love to have you on. As usual.
I'm sorry about the sound quality tonight. I've been having trouble on my side for ours is more technical internet difficulty. Sorry, I was a little bit uneven in being able to hear you guys tonight.
Yeah.
People figure stuff that I have better sound quality than mine.
Yeah, well, we're also kind of breaking in the new board, so I don't know. We've kind of had some technical difficulties. Probably just actually, honestly, I don't know. Everything worked good Saturday, and then had problems today. All right. Well, thank you for coming on, Bob.
My pleasure, guys. And hey, thanks so much. We still got 2 days left
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we'll hear from you again tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me. Talk to you soon.
All right. Well, that would be it for us, and we will be back at 5:45 tomorrow. Thank you for listening in. For those who stuck around, see you tomorrow night. So, yeah.